Chapter 125. The Chu Royal City. Chu Xiuan. In the largest master bedroom in the second courtyard, a young man dressed in white sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed as he practiced. Bursts of spiritual qi entered his body from the air at an extremely fast speed and circulated in his body again and again, as if it would never stop. This way of the Lord of the Four Supremes is part of the qi gathering stage. Apart from the fact that it allows one to cultivate extremely quickly in a calm and focused state, there isn't much else that's special about it. However, even the best techniques in the universe, such as the Thousand-Star Sword Technique, the Fiery Thunder Training Regimen, and the Manual of Unruffled Sage, are about the same. The qi-gathering stage is only the entry stage of martial arts. No matter how good a technique is, it won't be able to come up with anything new. It's basically the same. The Lord of the Four Supremes has the advantage of being able to practice quickly, which is already very rare, at least in this aspect. It already surpasses the best techniques in the universe, such as the Thousand-Star Sword Technique and the Fiery Thunder Training Regimen. Now, Zhou Donghuang was already trying to break through the final bottleneck of petty consummation of the qi gathering. As long as he successfully broke through, he would be able to attain great consummation of the qi gathering and become a great consummation adept with the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. To him, breaking through the final bottleneck of petty consummation of the qi gathering was not difficult at all, it was just a matter of time. In fact, he could even break through this bottleneck in the shortest time possible. The 1,000 years of practice experience from his previous life allowed Zhou Donghuang to practice like a fish in water in this life. Coupled with the various medicines from his previous life, his progress in practice was ridiculously fast, and he was not much slower than the young prodigies of the great galactic clans and supreme sects in the boundless universe. Of course, the reason why he was still slower than those young prodigies was that those young prodigies had all sorts of elixirs specially made for them by the alchemists of the great galactic clans and supreme sects to assist in their practice. Those elixirs were far superior to the qi-gathering elixirs and qi-gathering elixirs that Zhou Donghuang was currently using. It was not that Zhou Donghuang could not refine those elixirs and medicines, but the current him could not find those herbs that were considered rare in the entire universe. Secondly, he had not entered the primal core stage yet, so he could not use the samadhi fire to refine elixirs. Although their current cultivation speed can't compare to the prodigies of the major clans and supreme sects in the star domain, they've only won at the starting line. Once I leave the planet of Ziyun and reach the bustling galaxy, with my 1,000 years of training experience, coupled with my memories of all the hidden treasures that have yet to be discovered, I will soon be able to catch up to them, and even surpass them. In his previous life, Zhou Donghuang had often heard stories about the treasures that had recently appeared and who would eventually obtain them. Although he had no fate with the various treasures in the secret treasures in his previous life, in this life, he could completely collect those treasures in advance. With the identity of a space-time traveler, he could plunder the resources that should have belonged to those who came later. To him, the memories of his past life were his greatest asset in this life. It allowed him to be a step ahead of others in many matters, allowing him to seize the initiative. In 4 hours at most, I will definitely attain great consummation of the qi gathering before the sky turns dark. Zhou Donghuang calmed himself down again and continued to break through the final bottleneck of petty consummation of the qi gathering. The spirit in the air quickly entered his body and transformed into qi, helping him break through the bottleneck again and again. 4 hours later, Zhou Donghuang finally broke through the bottleneck. I've broken through. As his level of practice reached great consummation of the qi gathering and the qi in his body began to change, Zhou Donghuang opened his eyes and at the same time, casually punching the air in front of him. It seemed simple, but there was a hidden meaning behind it. In that instant a sonic boom sounded. This was also the sign of a force of 10,000 kilograms breaking through the air. Before today, I needed to use the extreme strength of my muscles and the qi in my body to create a sonic boom, but now that my level of practice has reached great consummation of the qi gathering, I can create a sonic boom with just my qi. Now that his level of practice had reached great consummation of the qi gathering, it meant that Duan Ling Tian's ability had improved by leaps and bounds. Now I can start formulating the elixirs I need. After reaching great consummation, Zhou Dongwang did not continue practicing. He got off the bed and walked towards the pile of herbs that had been prepared in the corner of the room. Beside the herbs, there were the tools needed to formulate the elixirs. 10 days ago, the Chu royal household had already gathered all the herbs he needed and delivered them to his doorstep, half a month ahead of the time he had requested. When the herbs from the Chu royal family had arrived, Zhou Dongwang had asked Fu to buy the other herbs that could be bought in the Chu royal city. In other words, these herbs had already been prepared 10 days ago, just waiting for him to reach great consummation of the qi gathering so that he could use them to formulate the elixirs he needed. First, the qi consolidating elixir. The qi consolidating elixir was one of the elixirs that Zhou Dongwang had prepared to formulate. This elixir could help him stabilize his qi in preparation for breaking through to the Khanate stage. Next is the qi condensation elixir. After formulating the qi consolidating elixir, Zhou Dongwang continued to formulate another elixir, the qi condensation elixir. The qi condensation elixir could help him consolidate his qi and make it purer. Under such circumstances, it would be more effective for him to break through to the Khanate stage. With the qi consolidating elixir and the qi condensation elixir, I am confident that I can break through to the Khanate stage within a year. After mixing the qi consolidating elixir and the qi condensation elixir, Zhou Dongwang's eyes shone brightly like 2 stars in the night sky. Creak. Although he had formulated the elixir and the qi condensation elixir, Zhou Dongwang was not in a hurry to continue practicing. Instead, he walked out of the room to get some fresh air. Practice was not something that could be achieved in a day. Striking a balance between work and rest was the way to go. This was also the experience that he had gained from 1,000 years in his previous life. The imperial court of Yunyang still hasn't made a move? Sitting at the stone table, drinking the tea that a servant had just brewed, Zhou Dongwang was slightly surprised. However, it was precisely because of this that he had a higher opinion of the Emperor of Yunyang. Based on the current situation, the Emperor was not a reckless person. Otherwise, the imperial court of Yunyang would have come looking for trouble. Big brother! Not long after Zhou Dongwang came out, Yunlu ran into the courtyard, obviously knowing that Zhou Dongwang had left his room. After Yunlu rushed in, she threw herself into Zhou Dongwang's arms and said coquettishly, "Stinky brother, you've been busy practicing recently. I haven't seen you in a long time. Today, you have to accompany me for a good chat." Ever since Zhou Dongwang had avenged Yunlu's family, the originally adult-like Yunlu had completely regained her childlike nature. However, Zhou Dongwang was happy to see Yunlu's current naivety. The Yunlu of the past had made his heart ache. Xiao Lu. Looking at Yunlu, thinking that unless she entered the primordial soul stage and possessed someone else's body, she would remain a child for the rest of her life, Zhou Dongwang could not help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. In the future, Big Brother will definitely help you find a way to grow your body. The Yunlu of now was no different from the Yunlu he had first met. The little girl seemed to have frozen her age. And this was also the side effect of being administered the divine needle of tendon changing and marrow cleansing before she had even begun to develop. If nothing unexpected happened, she would remain in her current state for the rest of her life, permanently frozen. Silly Big Brother, I think this is also very good. Yunlu giggled and said, "In this case, Xiao Lu can jump into Big Brother's arms at any time and let Big Brother hug me. Otherwise, when Xiao Lu grows up, if I still want Big Brother to hug me, sister-in-law will definitely be jealous. You are so mischievous. Zhou Dongwang rolled his eyes at the little girl in his arms and said impatiently. Big brother, do you really have someone in your heart? Yun Lu asked curiously, her big, watery eyes turning. Why are you asking this? Zhou Dongwang was somewhat speechless. I just want to confirm. If you are lying to mother when you say you have someone in your heart, I really think Sister Zishi is not bad. Of course, Sister Jiape is also not bad, but I think Sister Jiape is not too willing to compete with Sister Zishi. Yun Lu paused and shook her head. I really don't know what she is thinking. If I were her and fell in love with Big Brother, I would definitely not have so many reservations and directly confess to Big Brother. Xiao Lu, looks like Big Brother and Mother do not have to worry about your future marriage. After all, our Xiao Lu is so bold, there is no need to worry about not being able to get married. Zhou Dongwang shook his head with a smile. For Xiao Lu to confess to someone, he has to be at least half as good as Big Brother. But Xiao Lu feels that in this world, there is definitely no one who can be half as good as Big Brother. So Xiao Lu should just stay by Big Brother and Mother's side. Yun Lu giggled. Just as Yun Lu finished speaking, the smile on Zhou Donghuang's face froze, and his gaze fell on the outside of the courtyard. There stood an old man in a gray robe. The gray-robed old man had a tall and burly figure. His white hair was tied up and draped over his back. His sword-like eyebrows stood erect, and his eyes were incomparably deep like bottomless pits. He had a goatee on his chin, and he looked kind and benevolent, but his body imperceptibly revealed a peerlessly sharp aura. Khanate. With just one look, Zhou Dongwang was almost 100% sure that this old man was a Khanate adept. If he was not a Khanate adept, with his current level of practice, he would not have sensed him only moments after he had appeared outside the courtyard. Someone from the imperial court of Yunyang country? After confirming that the old man was a Khanate adept, Zhou Dongwang could vaguely guess his background. He was most likely a Khanate adept from the imperial court of Yunyang country. Chapter 126. Young friend, you are very observant. Seeing that he had only appeared for a short while, the young man in the courtyard had already noticed him. The old man cupped his hands at the young man politely and smiled. I wonder if it is convenient for me to come in and have some tea with you. Not at all. Zhou Dongwang glanced at the old man and rejected him bluntly. Young friend, don't you think it is impolite to reject someone like this? The old man had not expected the young man to reject him. He was stunned for a moment, then frowned. So what if it is impolite? Zhou Dongwang, do what I want. What does your opinion have to do with me? Zhou Dongwang said nonchalantly. I am from the imperial court of Yunyang country. The old man's frown deepened, and he could not help but remind Zhou Dongwang in a low voice. I've guessed it, Zhou Dongwang said calmly. Looking at you, you don't look like you are here to fight or kill. If you have something to say, then you can leave. After saying this, Zhou Dongwang became a little impatient. Sir, in the country of Yunyang, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. The old man's face darkened slightly, and his benevolent expression disappeared. His eyes shone sharply as he stared at Zhou Dongwang, and his robes fluttered. Also, on the surface of his skin, there was a faint green glow. He did not make a move, but the qi in his body vibrated, and the qi was involuntarily released from his body. This was a sign of a Khanate stage adept. Obviously, the old man had done this on purpose, to intimidate the young man in the courtyard. What? You still want to spar with me? The young man held the little girl in his left hand, and as he opened his right hand, a small metal ball rolled out from his sleeve into his palm. He played with it casually, and his gaze fell on the old man, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. Seeing the small metal ball appear in the young man's hand, he could deeply feel the young man's confidence. In the depths of the old man's eyes, there was an imperceptible flash of fear. In the blink of an eye, The glow of qi around the old man's body disappeared. "Sir, I am the previous emperor of Yunyang country, the current emperor Jiang Yunding." After calming the restless qi in his body, the old man looked at the youth. When he spoke again, not only did he introduce himself, but his tone was also much more gentle. "This time, I am here on behalf of the imperial court of Yunyang country to discuss a deal with you." Just as Jiang Yunding finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang replied without hesitation, "Not interested. Sir, I think you should listen to what I'm about to say next before replying to me." Jiang Yunding took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the rising anger in his heart. Without waiting for Zhou Donghuang to speak again, he quickly said, "If the imperial court of Yunyang did not guess wrongly, you must have obtained an opportunity left behind by a mighty practitioner of the primal core stage. That is how you managed to achieve your current level of practice in such a short period of time, as well as this small metal ball that can transform into a sword and unleash an attack no weaker than that of a Khanate adept." As he spoke, Jiang Yunding's gaze fell on the sword sphere in Zhou Donghuang's right hand. Of course, he did not know that this was a sword sphere. "So what?" Zhou Donghuang's tone was calm, without any hint of emotion. "Sir, perhaps you do not fear the imperial court of Yunyang country, but what about the Valley of the Medicine Masters?" Jiang Yunding asked in a low voice. "The Valley of the Medicine Masters?" Zhou Donghuang's expression froze, and he fell into deep thought. In fact, he was thinking of Chun Dandan, the girl who had betrayed his mother, the girl who had grown up with him. In the beginning, the reason why he had not killed Chun Dandan was not only because of his mother's advice, but also because he wanted to settle his grudge with Chun Dandan in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. When Chun Dandan was at the top, he wanted her to regret everything she had done in the past. However, in Jiang Yunding's view, it was because the youth was afraid of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. "Sir, you only need to hand over to me the first-grade swiftness technique that you used to avoid Xiao Jianqing's sneak attack. The Imperial Court of Yunyang country will guarantee that you will not tell the Valley of the Medicine Masters that you have obtained an opportunity left behind by a mighty practitioner of the primal core stage." Jiang Yunding looked deeply at Zhou Donghuang as he spoke. "You want that first-grade technique?" Hearing Jiang Yunding's words, Zhou Donghuang smiled and narrowed his eyes. "And if I don't hand it over?" "If you don't hand it over, the Imperial Court of Yunyang country can only tell the Valley of the Medicine Masters that you have obtained an opportunity left behind by a mighty practitioner of the primal core stage." When Jiang Yunding spoke again, his tone had become colder. "I think, if the Valley of the Medicine Masters were to gain something from you, and in consideration of the fact that the Imperial Court of Yunyang country has provided them with information, they would still be willing to give us a first-grade technique." "Are you threatening me?" Zhou Donghuang's narrowed eyes did not open, but they flashed coldly, and a smile appeared on his face, one that was exceptionally bright. "You can understand it that way, sir." Jiang Yunding smiled. "Do you know?" Zhou Donghuang's narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and the smile on his face completely froze. "What I, Zhou Donghuang, hate the most is being threatened." Just as he finished speaking, the small metal ball in Zhou Donghuang's right hand instantly transformed into a sword. At the same time, Jiang Yunding, whose gaze had never left the small metal ball in Zhou Donghuang's hand, could not help but narrow his eyes as he saw the small metal ball transform into a small metal sword surrounded by a cold light, and he quickly reached out to his waist. Swoosh! Jiang Yunding pulled out a flexible sword from his waist belt. Following the injection of the true qi in his body, the flexible sword instantly straightened. Moreover, the body of the sword flickered with a green halo. This was the true qi that Jiang Yunding had released. Now, not only the sword, but even Jiang Yunding's body was faintly glowing with a green glow. Just as Jiang Yunding drew the soft sword and prepared himself, his entire attention was focused on the small metal sword floating in Zhou Donghuang's right hand, his face full of caution. Early Khanate stage? Zhou Donghuang's voice, full of disdain, rang out. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang's right hand flung out the small metal sword, as if he was throwing away rubbish. Swoosh! As the small metal sword flew out, the sound of a sword whistling rang out. Humph! Jiang Yunding snorted coldly, and as Zhou Donghuang flung out his hand, the sword in his hand shook, and as fast as lightning, it met the menacing small metal sword. However, when he swung his sword, he discovered that the speed of the small metal sword was not something he could block at all. As a result, his sword directly missed its target. No, as the sword missed, Jiang Yunding's eyes narrowed, and he let out a cry of discontent. Swoosh! At the same time that Jiang Yunding let out a cry, before he could even close his mouth, the small iron sword with a cold light around it had already pierced through his chest, bringing with it a pool of hot blood. Then, without a single drop of blood, it circled in the air and transformed back into a sword pill, returning to the youth's hand. Thump! As the sword sphere returned to Zhou Donghuang's hand, Jiang Yunding's body fell to the ground, his mouth open and eyes wide, completely lifeless. Jiang Yunding, the previous emperor of the country of Yunyang, the current emperor, and the only Khanate stage adept in the country of Yunyang, had fallen just like that outside the courtyard of the number 2 guest room of the Chuxiu Inn in the Chu royal city. Big brother, why is this old man's body glowing? Having seen Zhou Donghuang kill Jiang Yunding, Yun Lu, who was sitting on Zhou Donghuang's lap and leaning against his chest, was not only not frightened, but even asked Zhou Donghuang curiously. That's the release of qi from a Khanate stage adept. Zhou Donghuang kept the sword sphere, gently stroking Yun Lu's little head as he smiled. Khanate stage adept? Yun Lu's eyes widened. That's a Khanate stage adept? Aren't Khanate stage adepts supposed to be very powerful? How did he die in the blink of an eye at your hands, big brother? That's because Big Brother is more powerful than him. Zhou Donghuang laughed. The emperor is dead? When the news reached the Chu royal household, the Chu king, Xiang Xiong's expression changed, and his eyes revealed a look of lingering fear. Luckily I did not go with him this time. The emperor is a Khanate stage adept, but he died at the hands of that youth. That youth indeed has the ability to fight an entire country alone. This time, the emperor of the imperial court of Yunyang, Jiang Yunding, had come to the Chu royal household as soon as he arrived at the Chu royal city of the western ridge of the Chu king. He had confirmed many things with the Chu king, Xiang Xiong. Then, he left the Chu royal household and headed straight for Chuxiu Inn. Although Xiang Xiong did not follow him, he had sent someone to follow him, so when Jiang Yunding fell, he was the first to receive the news. Send the news back to the imperial court. Xiang Xiong sighed as he instructed someone to send the news of Jiang Yunding's death to the imperial court of Yunyang. The death of the emperor will definitely infuriate the imperial court, and that youth has a treasure on him. This time, the imperial court will definitely not dare to mention that the youth has a treasure left behind by a primal core adept, Xiang Xiong thought to himself. Xiang Xiong thought to himself, however, although the royal family would not dare to mention the miraculous encounter left behind by the primal core adept on this young man, they would definitely leak this news to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. There are as many Khanate stage adepts as there are clouds in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and there is no lack of mid-Khanate stage adepts. It is said that the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters is a late Khanate stage adept. If the Valley of the Medicine Masters were to act, would that young man be able to withstand it? Xiang Xiong's eyes flickered with curiosity. However, even though he was curious, he was determined that the Chu royal family could not afford to provoke that young man again, regardless of whether the people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters could deal with him. Last time, he was really afraid. He had a strong intuition. If he dared to meddle in the affairs of others against the youth would never let him off. Chapter 127. Chuxiu Inn. In the courtyard of guest house number 2. Young master, was the old man you killed just now really a connate stage adept? The golden-crowned eagle Little Gold circled in the air above the courtyard, looking at the young man chatting happily with the little girl at the stone table. Its sharp eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. If you ask again, I'll break your wings so that you won't be able to fly for 2 months. Do you believe me? Zhou Dongwang said impatiently as he glanced at Little Gold. Just now, after he had killed the emperor of the imperial court of Yunyang, the early connate stage adept, Jiang Yunding, Little Gold had sensed the commotion and rushed over immediately. It had even witnessed the people of Chuxiu in dealing with Jiang Yunding's body. However, when Little Gold found out that it was a connate stage adept, it obviously did not believe it and asked a few more times. Faced with Zhou Donghuang's threat, Little Gold immediately shut its mouth. If you have the time to doubt me, you might as well focus on your practice with the qi-gathering elixir and the techniques I taught you. You still haven't broken through. How useless. Seeing that Little Gold was still circling in the air above the courtyard with no intention of leaving, Zhou Donghuang could not help but glare at it. Your big brother has already attained great consummation of the qi-gathering a month ago. I'm really worried that by the time he attains the connate stage and becomes a connate stage demon, you won't even have great consummation of the qi-gathering. Zhou Donghuang continued. Young master, big brother's level of practice is higher than mine, and with the qi-gathering elixir and the techniques you gave him, it's normal that he broke through before me, Little Gold said with some grievance. I've already improved a lot in this period of time, and I've already reached the bottleneck of petty consummation of the qi-gathering. It won't be long before I break through. Young master, I'll go get my big brother. Since you can even kill a connate stage adept, you should be able to kill a connate stage demon too. Little Gold said this absent-mindedly before returning to the backyard of guest house number 3. After a while, Little Gold returned. Following it back was a golden-crowned eagle that was a full size larger than it. This golden-crowned eagle was not only taller than Little Gold when standing, it was also wider when it spread its wings. The golden crown on its head was like a burning golden flame. And this was the golden-crowned eagle that had broken through to great consummation of the qi-gathering a month ago, Big Gold. Young master, Little Gold said, you just killed a connate adept? Big Gold had been focused on practicing and did not notice Zhou Donghuang's attack. It was only when Little Gold went to look for him and told him about it that he realized. Yes. Zhou Donghuang nodded. Young master, Little Gold and I are not demonic beasts from the lost forest. Big Gold's eyes flashed as he said directly, we were born in the mountains on the northern border of Yunyang country. That area is no longer within the borders of Yunyang country. I remember that one day, out of curiosity, Little Gold and I went up to a cliff in the north that was high above the cloud. We discovered that there was a faint golden light shrouding the cliff. Out of curiosity, we climbed up the cliff. The moment we climbed up the cliff and were enveloped by the faint golden light from the cliff, Little Gold and I both awakened our intelligence. Then, we felt a terrifying aura coming from a cave on the precipice. That aura was the aura of a flying demonic beast that was much stronger than us. It scared us so much that we hurriedly fled. As we fled from the area enveloped by the golden glow, we looked back and saw a giant brown eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 meters glaring angrily at us and telling us to scram in demon language. Only after attaining the connate stage and becoming a connate stage demon can our bodies grow to that extent. At this point, Big Gold paused for a moment before continuing. Later on, Little Gold and I were deeply afraid that the giant brown eagle would cause trouble for us, so we left that area and came to the Lost Forest. By stealing the qi-gathering elixirs of human adepts, we slowly became the overlords of the Lost Forest. When we left that place, we did some research. That giant brown eagle was only a red goshawk with the lowest cultivation talent among eagle-type demonic beasts. Under normal circumstances, red goshawks can only reach level 5 of chi gathering in their entire lives. But that red goshawk had attained the Khanate stage and become a Khanate stage demon. So, both Little Gold and I suspect that it discovered that treasure land, and through its need for the golden light from that treasure land, it went against the flow and grew to that stage. Little Gold and I clearly remember, at that time, we were enveloped by the golden glow, and we only stayed there for a short while before we awakened our intelligence and increased our level of practice significantly. At this point, Big Gold looked at Zhou Donghuang with a burning gaze. Young Master, Little Gold and I had originally planned to wait until we attained the Khanate stage and became Khanate stage demons before we could join forces to deal with that red goshawk and obtain that treasured land. But to attain the Khanate stage, even with the chi-gathering elixir and practice techniques that young Master had given us, it would still take a long time. By that time, that red goshawk would have grown to an unimaginable level with the help of that treasured land. And today, Little Gold said that you killed that Khanate stage adept before he could even enter the door. Obviously, young Master, with the power of that sword sphere, you are more powerful than an ordinary Khanate stage adept. So, we wanted to bring young Master to that treasured land to see if we could deal with that red goshawk. If we could not, then we could come back in the future. If we could kill it, we could take that treasured land for ourselves. As he spoke, Big Gold's eyes shone brightly, as if he could not wait to rush to that place and kill that Khanate stage red goshawk, so that he could take the treasured land that was enveloped by the mysterious golden glow. That red goshawk is of a lowly bloodline among eagle demons, and in terms of practice, it is not even 1/10 of us golden-crowned eagles, but with that treasured land, it still managed to become a Khanate stage demon. Little Gold's eyes shone with passion as well. If we could take that treasured land for ourselves, the benefits we would gain would definitely be much greater than that of it. Hearing Big Gold and Little Gold's words, Zhou Donghuang hugged Yun Lu and fell into deep thought. Although Yun Lu did not know that her brother was chatting with the two golden-crowned eagles, nor did she know what they were talking about, she could tell that her brother was deep in thought, and she sensibly quietened down. After a moment's thought, Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed. Steep cliffs? Enveloped by the golden glow? Previously, when you were at that place and were enveloped by the golden glow, did you hear Sanskrit chanting? Zhou Donghuang looked at Big Gold and Little Gold and asked directly. Sanskrit chanting? Faced with Zhou Donghuang's question, Big Gold and Little Gold looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. They had no idea what Sanskrit chanting their young master was talking about. Just tell me, at that time, did you hear anything? Seeing the confusion on their faces, Zhou Donghuang continued to ask. Sound? Big Gold and Little Gold's eyes flashed, and then they quieted down, immersed in their memories. After a moment, Big Gold was the first to recover, and its eyes shone as it looked at Zhou Donghuang. Young Master, now that you mention it, I remember, before I became sentient, I seemed to have heard some sounds. That sound, although I did not understand what it was saying, it seemed to be able to penetrate into the depths of my soul and cleanse my soul. That is indeed the case. Little Gold also regained its senses and agreed. Obviously, it remembered it as well. Looks like I guessed correctly. Although Zhou Donghuang's tone was calm, his eyes suddenly lit up, and there was a look of excitement in them. Young Master, you know the secret of that treasured land? Hearing the youth's words, both Big Gold and Little Gold's eyes lit up. That should be the place where a monk of the primal core stage passed away, Zhou Donghuang said casually. After he passed away, he would leave behind a Buddhist essence. The golden light you are talking about is the light of Buddha emitted by the Buddhist essence after he passed away. The Buddhist essence left behind by a monk of the primal core stage and above will emit a light of Buddha, and it will indeed allow you to develop sentience before you reach the Khanate stage, and it will also help you increase your level of practice. In his previous life, Zhou Dongwang had traversed the universe and had seen many things. After hearing what Big Gold and Little Gold said, he guessed that the treasured land they were talking about was the place where a monk had passed away. A monk? This was the first time Big Gold and Little Gold had heard of a monk. Young master, I know that there are martial adepts among humans, but what is a monk? Young master, what is the difference between a monk and a martial adept? The two golden-crowned eagles expressed their doubts. A monk is actually also a martial adept, but because their direction of practice is different from the orthodox martial way and more towards the Buddhist way, they are called monk. After the Khanate stage, martial adepts cultivate the primal core, while for a monk, after the Khanate stage, they cultivate the essence. As for you demons, after the Khanate stage, you cultivate the inner core. As he finished speaking, Zhou Dongwang had already stood up with Yun Lu in his arms. He put Yun Lu down and smiled. Xiao Lu, Big Brother is going out with Big Gold and Little Gold. If Mother and Sister Zishi ask, tell them. Big Brother will be back as soon as possible. After patting Yun Lu's head, Zhou Dongwang called out to Big Gold and leaped onto its back. In an instant, Big Gold carried them high up into the clouds and disappeared from Yun Lu's sight. Whoosh! Little Gold followed closely. At this moment, both Big Gold and Little Gold's eyes were filled with excitement. After all, they had coveted that treasured land for a long time, but they had not been able to get their hands on it. Stupid brother, you didn't even bring Xiao Lu along when you went out to play. The little girl looked up at the sky and saw Little Gold's figure disappear into the clouds. She then lowered her head unhappily. Chapter 128. The western ridge of the Chu King was in the northwest of the country of Yunyang. It was precisely because the western ridge of the Chu King was so close to the barren mountains and forests on the northern border of the country of Yunyang that Big Gold and Little Gold had come to the western ridge of the Chu King and settled down in the Lost Forest in the central ridge. The distance from the Chu royal city to the capital of Yunyang was about the same as the distance from the Chu royal city to Big Gold and Little Gold's hometown. However, even though the distance was about the same, it was much further than the distance from the Chu royal city to the inferior Yunfeng prefecture. Little Gold, you are too slow. If Big Gold did not take care of you, we could save at least 2 or 3 days from the Chu royal city to your hometown. Zhou Dongwang sat cross-legged on Big Gold's back as he glanced at Little Gold, who was flying alongside Big Gold. His tone was full of disdain. From the time they had left the Chu royal city to the time Big Gold had brought them out of the northern border of the country of Yunyang and into this barren mountain range, it had already been 10 days. After Big Gold had attained great consummation of the Qi gathering, not only had his Qi become stronger, but his body had also evolved. Even without using Qi to fly, he was much faster than before. If not for the fact that Big Gold had to take care of Little Gold, who was still a petty consummation demon, he could have reached this place at least 2 or 3 days earlier. Young master, give me 2 more months, I will definitely attain great consummation of the Qi gathering. Faced with the youth's disdain, Little Gold's eyes flashed as he spoke confidently. 2 months. Zhou Dongwang shook his head as his lips curled up in disdain. You are really promising. Young master, Little Gold said with a bitter smile. 2 months is already considered fast based on my current level of practice. Although my talent is not as good as yours, compared to Big Brother's, it is not that far off. Of course, if we can successfully kill or chase away that Khanate demon Red Goshawk and obtain that treasured land, perhaps in less than a month, I will be able to attain great consummation of the Qi gathering. Towards the end, Little Gold's eyes flashed with yearning. Are we almost there? Hearing Little Gold mention that place again, Zhou Dongwang's eyes narrowed as he stared ahead and asked calmly. Of course, Zhou Dongwang looked calm on the outside, but he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. If it was him in his previous life, when he stood at the pinnacle of all the races in the universe, A mere Buddhist cultivator's resting place would not be attractive to him at all. Even if he passed by, he would not even bother to enter and take a look. Buddhist cultivators who needed to find a place to pass away were at most at the Dharma laws stage. For Buddhist cultivators who were above the realm of nascent divinity, the sarira in their bodies had already transformed into nascent divinity. Even if their bodies would age, as long as their nascent divinity was not destroyed, they could abandon their current body at any time and find a new one. Therefore, there was no need for Buddhist cultivators of that level to find a place to pass away. Even if they felt pity and were unwilling to take over someone else's body, they didn't need to find a place to sit and die. Because after their bodies died of old age, their primordial spirits would vanish along with them. Soon, Big Gold replied, "At our current speed, we will arrive there in a day and a night at most." Yes. Zhou Dongwang nodded, then closed his eyes and continued practicing. Sitting cross-legged on the golden-crowned eagle Big Gold's back, Zhou Dongwang was not affected much by the strong wind. After taking the spirit concentration elixir, he easily entered a state of practice without any distractions. Entering a state of practice without any distractions, he practiced the Lord of the Four Supremes and progressed rapidly. An afternoon passed. An evening passed. It was not until the next morning that Zhou Dongwang opened his eyes again and looked straight ahead. According to Big Gold, in another 4 to 6 hours, they would reach the resting place of the Buddhist cultivator that the Khanate demon Red Goshawk had occupied. When you first saw that Red Goshawk, it was only at the early Khanate stage. Although Little Gold had mentioned this before, Zhou Dongwang still asked again. "Young Master, we eagle-type demons, after attaining the Khanate stage and becoming a Khanate demon, our wingspan is more than 10 meters. This is the early Khanate stage. Once we attain the middle Khanate stage, our wingspan is more than 12 meters. Late Khanate stage, our wingspan is more than 15 meters. Ultimate Khanate stage, our wingspan is more than 20 meters." Big Gold patiently explained to Zhou Dongwang, "And the last time we saw that Red Goshawk, its wingspan was not more than 10 meters. It should have just attained the Khanate stage and become a Khanate demon not long ago. Now it has been almost 10 years since then." Big Gold continued, "Now we are not sure what its level of practice is. Could still be at the early Khanate stage, or it could have already attained the middle Khanate stage, but it is only a lowly Red Goshawk among the eagle-type demons. Even with that treasured land for it to practice, it could not possibly attain the late Khanate stage, much less the ultimate Khanate stage." Zhou Dongwang nodded. Although he had some understanding of demons in the past, it was only general knowledge, and he did not know much about the evolution of eagle-type demons. Eagle-type demons were just one of the many flying demons. For example, the cloud condor from the imperial court of Yunyang, although its level of practice was similar to that of Big Gold and Little Gold, because it was a rock-type demon, it was naturally larger than an eagle-type demon. Of the same level of practice, rock-type demons and eagle-type demons, regardless of their level of practice, the former would always be larger than the latter. "Young Master." Little Gold seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Previously, you said that the treasured land that the Red Goshawk occupied was the place where a Buddhist monk passed away. The golden light that enveloped that place also originated from the Buddhist essence in his body. If that Red Goshawk had already swallowed the Buddhist essence, does that mean that the treasured land has disappeared?" As he spoke, Little Gold's eyes revealed a hint of worry. As Little Gold spoke, Big Gold's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and he could not help but scold, "Little Gold, you are a golden-crowned eagle, the king of all eagle-type demons. Don't learn from those stupid crows." Hearing Little Gold's words, Zhou Dongwang only smiled faintly. "If it had really swallowed the Buddhist essence, it would actually be a good thing for us." "Why?" Little Gold did not understand. If it had swallowed the Buddhist essence, wouldn't the Buddhist essence have become part of its stomach? Without the Buddhist sarira, that treasured land will turn back into an ordinary cliff. Zhou Dongwang shook his head. If it had wanted to swallow the Buddhist essence, it would have done so long ago. Would it have waited for you to discover that place? Furthermore, when it discovered that you were there, you did not see it leave with the Buddhist essence, did you? It only chased you out of that place. Even if the Buddhist essence was left behind by an early primal core adept, it is not something that it can swallow. The moment it swallows it, it will immediately explode from the power of the Buddhist essence. In fact, it may not even be able to get close to the Buddhist essence. Even if it is only a Buddhist essence left behind by an early primal core adept, any human or demon below the primal core stage will be severely injured if they do not use specific methods to absorb it and get close to it. The Buddhist essence contains the lifetime practice of a Buddhist adept. Furthermore, it is different from the primal core and inner core in that even after the Buddhist adept has passed away, the Buddhist essence can still absorb spirit energy from the heavens and the earth to replenish the power within it for a certain period of time. Only after that period of time has passed will the Buddhist essence completely dissipate along with the power within it. Zhou Dongwang had a certain understanding of the Buddhist essence. This was because in his previous life, he had a senior who was a Buddhist adept and a Buddhist adept who had entered the separating divinity stage. He had heard many things about Buddhist adepts from his senior brother Qinghong. Thinking of his senior, Zhou Dongwang took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the rising emotions in his heart. In his previous life, his senior brother had died at the hands of two celestial realm experts because of him. Although he had avenged his senior brother and killed those two people, his senior brother Qinghong had not been able to come back to life. Senior brother Qinghong was both a brother and a teacher to him, and he was one of the most respected people in his previous life. Since I have been reborn in this life, I will not let senior brother Qinghong's tragedy happen again. Zhou Donghuang's gaze was resolute. Young master, are you really from a small place in Yunyang country? Why do I feel that you know more than anyone else? Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Little Gold heaved a sigh of relief and asked curiously. Although Big Gold did not ask, its sharp eyes shone with curiosity. Evidently, it was as curious as Little Gold. After living for a long time, I naturally know more. Zhou Donghuang muttered to himself, his eyes filled with the vicissitudes of life. Lived for a long time? Zhou Donghuang's words left Big Gold and Little Gold speechless. According to what they knew, this young master was only 17 or 18 years old, and he was saying that he had lived for a long time? If that was considered a long time, then wouldn't they have lived even longer? Young master, we've arrived. About 4 hours later, Big Gold's voice rang out, bringing Zhou Donghuang back from his wandering thoughts and to his senses. Just now, when he thought of his senior brother Qinghong, he could not help but recall many things from his previous life, causing his thoughts to wander. It's that mountain peak in front. As Little Gold spoke, Zhou Donghuang followed its gaze. What he saw was a steep mountain peak that pierced through the clouds like a sharp sword, standing out from all the other mountains. Go straight up, Zhou Donghuang said as he looked at the mountain peak. His tone was indifferent, without joy or sorrow. Chapter 129. If a Buddhist essence appeared in a place left behind by a Buddhist adept, it meant that the Buddhist adept was at least of the early primal core stage, or at most of the ultimate Dharma stage. In his previous life, Zhou Donghuang, who had stood at the pinnacle of the universe, did not care about the place where a Buddhist essence was left behind. But now, Zhou Donghuang had no choice but to care. Because now, he was only a great consummation adept of the Qi gathering. If he could obtain the Buddhist essence of a Buddhist adept, then his future path would be even easier. He could enter the primal core stage even faster and possess the ability to cross galaxies with his physical body. He could leave the planet of Zeun and head for a more prosperous planet in search of better resources for practice. He could reach the pinnacle that he had reached in his previous life, or even surpass it. Let's go straight up. Big Gold and Little Gold had originally wanted to ask Zhou Donghuang what their next step should be, but upon hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, their eyes lit up and they sped up towards the mountain peak. Not long after, Big Gold and Little Gold passed through the clouds and arrived near the mountain peak. The Buddhist essence is still here. After passing through the clouds, Zhou Donghuang could see the golden light emitting from the cliff face of the mountain peak. It was obvious that the Buddhist essence had not been taken away by anyone yet, and the power within it had not been depleted by the passage of time, causing it to turn to dust. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang heard what Little Gold had said to Big Gold. Big brother, the golden light on the cliff seems to be much less than before? I remember back then, the golden light on the cliff could envelop this area. And back then, we stayed at this gap in the cliff and were bathed in the golden light, awakening our intelligence. Following Little Gold's gaze, Zhou Donghuang saw a gap in the cliff. It was not small and could even accommodate the current Big Gold. At the same time, it could accommodate Big Gold and Little Gold, who had still been of a lower level of practice, as well as the two eagles. Little Gold, are you sure back then, the golden light could cover this area? Before Big Gold could speak, Zhou Donghuang could not help but ask Little Gold, his expression turning serious. Young master, I am certain. As Little Gold spoke, it flew towards the gap and left a deep claw mark on the mountain wall 3 meters below the gap. Back then, Big Brother and I awakened our spiritual intelligence here. Because of this, I have a very deep impression of this place. Back then, that golden light could envelop this place. Little Gold said with certainty. Following Little Gold's words, Big Gold said, Young master, I also have a deep impression. Little Gold is right. Back then, that golden light could indeed reach here. As Little Gold confirmed and Big Gold spoke, Zhou Donghuang nodded. Young master, is there something wrong? Big Gold asked curiously. From the position of the Buddhist essence, if its golden light could extend all the way here, it means that the monk who left the Buddhist essence behind was at least of the ultimate primal core stage. Zhou Donghuang looked at the peak of the mountain, at the golden light that shrouded the cliffs, and said bluntly, and now, that Buddhist essence has obviously passed the stage where it can automatically absorb spirit energy to replenish its energy. The energy within it can no longer be replenished by absorbing spirit energy, and when the energy within it is depleted, it will also turn to dust. Luckily, you brought me along this time. If you had all attained the Khanate stage and become Khanate demons, the Buddhist essence above would have most likely been depleted of its energy and turned to dust. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, both Big Gold and Little Gold had a look of fear in their eyes. After spending half a year together, they were completely convinced by this young man. Now that the young man had said this, not only did they not doubt him, they even believed him, and were glad that they had brought him along. Let's go. Let's go meet that Khanate demon Red Goshawk. As he spoke to Big Gold and Little Gold, Zhou Donghuang took out 3 small bottles of elixir, opened one of them, and poured the elixir into his mouth. He then gave the other 2 elixirs to Big Gold and Little Gold. Young master, what is this? Big Gold and Little Gold asked curiously. Qi-increasing elixir, Zhou Donghuang said calmly. Zhou Donghuang said casually, after taking it, the qi in your body will be strengthened in a short period of time, and you will be able to increase your strength by about 500 kilograms. After the effects of the qi-increasing elixir wear off, there will be no side effect. Now, the elixir that Zhou Donghuang had consumed and given to the 2 golden-crowned eagles was made from the gallbladder of a level 9 demon grizzly bear. He had made a total of 10 bottles, but had never used them. But today, facing the Khanate demon Red Goshawk, whose ability was still unknown, he not only consumed a bottle of qi-increasing elixir for himself, but also gave each of the 2 golden-crowned eagles a bottle of qi-increasing elixir. "Young master, please give me a few more bottles of such good stuff," Little Gold said, his eyes shining. "Give you a few more bottles? Do you think it's cabbages?" Zhou Donghuang glared at Little Gold and said exasperatedly, at the same time urging the two golden-crowned eagles, to be on the safe side, "Both of you consume the qi-increasing elixir first, then charge into the area enveloped by the golden light of the Buddhist essence." Hearing this, Big Gold and Little Gold immediately consumed the qi-increasing elixir. Feeling the qi in their bodies surge, Little Gold's eyes shone. "The qi in my body feels no weaker than that of a demon with great consummation of the qi gathering. It's a pity that the increased qi will be gone after using it." As he spoke, Little Gold was obviously disappointed. "Stop nagging, let's get down to business first," Big Gold said exasperatedly. With that, Big Gold moved like a bolt of black lightning, bringing Zhou Donghuang along as it flew towards the peak of the mountain, which was shrouded in golden light. "Big brother, wait for me!" Little Gold called out and hurried to catch up. After a while, under Zhou Donghuang's guidance, Big Gold and Little Gold not only entered the area enveloped by the golden light of the mountain peak, but they also circled the mountain peak and finally appeared in front of a cave on the side of the cliff. It really is the Buddhist essence. Bathed in the golden light, Zhou Donghuang could further confirm that this golden light was the light of the Buddhist essence. As it enveloped his body, it made him feel as if his soul was being refined, and the qi in his body also began to stir. That red goshawk should be inside. Zhou Donghuang's ears twitched. With his amazing hearing after practicing the Lord of the Four Supremes, he could hear the low cry of an eagle coming from inside. Although he intentionally lowered the sound, as if he did not want them to hear, Zhou Donghuang could still faintly hear it. "If it was before I attained great consummation of the qi gathering, I might not have been able to hear this sound. However, after attaining great consummation, my hearing has improved," Zhou Donghuang thought to himself. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang heard a soft sound coming from the depths of the cave, and he immediately realized that the red goshawk had come out. However, its movements were very subtle, and it was obvious that it did not want them to discover its presence. "Since you don't want us to know, then I'll beat you at your own game." Zhou Donghuang's lips curled into a cold smile, and he whispered to Big Gold to place him on a protrusion near the entrance of the cave. That protrusion could only accommodate one person standing on it. If one was not brave enough, he would not even dare to stand on it. "I'll hide here. The two of you attract its attention, and I'll stab it from behind and try to kill it in one blow," Zhou Donghuang instructed Big Gold and Little Gold. "Young master, you have the scent of a human on you. Even if it can't detect you from a distance in the cave, it will definitely detect you when it nears the entrance of the cave," Big Gold said to Zhou Donghuang. "The scent of a human?" Zhou Donghuang smiled faintly, and retrieved a small medicine bottle. He poured some liquid from it into his hand, and then picked up a layer of sand from the side of the mountain and mixed it into the bottle of liquid. Then, he casually rubbed his body with it. "Now, you can still smell the scent of a human on me?" Zhou Donghuang asked mockingly as he looked at Big Gold and Little Gold. "Young master, how did you do that?" Big Gold and Little Gold stared in shock, because they realized that they could no longer smell the scent of a human on the young man. Although there was still a scent coming from him, it was exactly the same as the smell of the sand on the mountain. He stood on the side of the mountain, as if he had become one with it. If not for the fact that they could see the young man with their own eyes, they would not have believed that there was a human standing there with their sharp senses of smell. "I'll tell you when it's settled." Zhou Donghuang's gaze suddenly hardened. "Get ready, the ephedrine is about to come out. Remember, don't look in my direction, don't expose my whereabouts." Zhou Donghuang reminded the two golden-crowned eagles with a serious expression. He then stood there quietly, even breathing very slowly, afraid that the red goshawk that came out of the cave would discover his whereabouts. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Big Gold and Little Gold immediately looked away. At the same time, they circled around the entrance of the cave, their gazes never leaving the entrance. Whoosh! Very quickly, at the entrance of the cave, which was about 7 to 8 meters tall, appeared a giant eagle about 6 meters tall. Its body was covered with brown feathers, except for a tuft of hair on its head and the tips of its wings, which were red in color. After the giant eagle appeared, it stared at Big Gold and Little Gold with its sharp eyes. At the same time, it spoke in demon language to Big Gold and Little Gold. "It's you again." From the giant brown eagle's words, it obviously recognized Big Gold and Little Gold. "You recognize us?" Big Gold's eyes were filled with surprise. "Back then, I knew that you had developed intelligence, and on account of your loss, I spared your lives. I never thought that you would dare to come again." As soon as the giant brown eagle finished speaking, it flew out, its wings spreading more than 15 meters. You've reached the late connate stage?" Little Gold's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. Chapter 130. Unlike the chi-gathering stage, which was divided into 11 levels, the connate stage was divided into 4 levels, namely, early connate stage, middle connate stage, late connate stage, ultimate connate stage. Early connate stage adepts or demons could release their chi up to a foot, and their chi could cut through metal like it was mud. When fighting with a great consummation adept of the chi-gathering, his opponent would be injured by his chi before they could even touch him. The early connate stage could only be considered a basic connate stage. Advancing to the middle connate stage, their chi could be released up to 3 feet, giving them an advantage in battle. At the late connate stage, their chi could be released up to 3 feet, and they could easily kill or injure someone up to 3 meters away. The extreme Xiantian realm. Xiantian cultivators who had stepped into this realm were also the strongest existences among Xiantian cultivators. They could release their true chi to a range of 3 zhang, which was a full 10 meters. They could kill someone within 10 meters without leaving a trace. Late connate stage? When they saw the red goshawk's wingspan of more than 15 meters, both Little Gold and Big Gold's pupils constricted, their eyes filled with disbelief. Not long ago, they had been saying that the red goshawk's level of practice was at most the middle connate stage, and it was impossible for it to reach the late connate stage, but now, the red goshawk's level of practice was clearly the late connate stage. "This time, since you've come, don't even think of leaving." The red goshawk's eyes were cold, and with a roar, it spread its wings and turned into a bolt of brown lightning, heading straight for Big Gold and Little Gold. Its speed was so fast that even Big Gold could not match it. They were not even on the same level. Buzz, buzz. As the red goshawk spread its wings, a deep green chi shot out, reaching up to 10 feet. It was like 2 sharp blades slicing through the air, heading straight for Big Gold and Little Gold. Seeing this, even though Big Gold and Little Gold had used the chi-increasing elixir and had increased their power significantly, they did not dare to take the brunt of the attack, and quickly retreated. Originally, at this point, it would have been best for them to split up and fly away. But to ensure that their young master did not fail, they chose to retreat in a straight line. Whoosh! The red goshawk had not noticed Zhou Donghuang's presence since it had appeared. Seeing Big Gold and Little Gold retreat in a straight line, it did not suspect anything and continued to close the distance between them. Just then, whoosh! A short-lived whistling sound of a sword resounded in the air. At the same time, a small metal sword, surrounded by a cold glint, flew through the air at a speed faster than the red goshawk, aiming for the back of the red goshawk's head. If the red goshawk was hit, even if it was a late-stage connate demon, it would definitely die. Not good! Just as the small metal sword was about to pierce through the back of the red goshawk's head, it seemed to react in a flash, and its entire head tilted to the side. Poochie! However, the red goshawk's reaction was still half a beat too slow. The small metal sword did not hit the back of its head, but it still pierced through the back of its head, bringing with it a spray of fresh blood. Blood splattered across the sky, appearing incomparably gorgeous under the golden light. "Kill it!" Zhou Dongwang spoke to Big Gold and Little Gold in the demon tongue as he watched the connate red goshawk, which had been stabbed in the back of its head. After falling for a while, it flapped its wings and stabilized itself. A human? At that moment, the red goshawk tilted its heavily injured head slightly and saw Zhou Dongwang, and its eyes were filled with disbelief. Could not imagine how a human could know the demon tongue. It was even more difficult to imagine that this human had been hiding near the entrance of the cave, so why had it not smelled his scent? The scent of a human could not even be concealed from a demon of the chi-gathering stage, let alone a connate stage demon like it. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Zhou Dongwang spoke, the two golden-crowned eagles spread their wings and stopped at lightning speed, then turned into two bolts of black lightning as they charged towards the red goshawk. Now, with half of its head pierced through, the red goshawk was heavily injured, and the chi it exuded was faintly discernible. "Just the two of you want to kill me?" Originally, the red goshawk had thought that even if a great consummation golden-crowned eagle and a petty consummation golden-crowned eagle joined forces, they would not be able to kill it in its current state. Although it did not have long to live, it could at least take down two of them with it before it died. However, when the two golden-crowned eagles charged towards it, it was shocked to discover that, not only was the golden-crowned eagle at great consummation of the chi-gathering not an ordinary great consummation flying demon, even the petty consummation golden-crowned eagle displayed power that was comparable to an ordinary great consummation flying demon. Rip, rip. After a while, Big Gold and Little Gold managed to tear the red goshawk into two halves at the cost of their injuries, killing it. As the red goshawk's corpse fell from the sky, the blood-stained Little Gold circled around the cave, its eyes filled with disbelief. "I never thought that a late connate stage demon would die at my hands." However, just as Little Gold finished speaking, Big Gold could not help but say, "Don't be so smug. If young master had not injured it so severely that it did not even have a tenth of its power, based on our power, we would have been courting death if we had charged in." As Big Gold spoke, it looked at Zhou Dongwang, its eyes filled with shock. "Young master, I had thought that since it was a late connate stage demon, you might not have been able to defeat it with your sword sphere. I never thought that you would have injured it so severely, giving us an opportunity. I was just lucky." Zhou Dongwang took a deep breath and had Little Gold send him to the entrance of the cave. His eyes were still filled with relief. After all, just now, even if he had attacked, he would not have been completely confident. "Didn't you say that it was at most a middle connate stage connate demon?" Thinking of the danger just now, Zhou Dongwang glared at Big Gold and Little Gold. "If you had not provided me with this information, I would definitely have made more preparations. Luckily, we were lucky this time." Just now, when Zhou Dongwang had used the sword sphere, he had used up all the chi in his body. Furthermore, the chi in his body had been enhanced by the chi-increasing elixir. If he had not used the chi-increasing elixir, even if he had used up all the chi in his body to activate the sword sphere, he would not have been able to injure the red goshawk so severely. Because of this, he was rejoicing. Furthermore, even if Big Gold and Little Gold had been able to kill the red goshawk so easily, it was also because they had used the chi-increasing elixir. Otherwise, with their true power, even if the red goshawk had been severely injured, they might not have been able to kill it. "Young master, we did not expect this either." Hearing Zhou Dongwang's words, Big Gold smiled bitterly, and Little Gold could only smile bitterly as well. Even they could not have imagined that the red goshawk, which had an extremely lowly bloodline among the eagle-type demons, would be able to reach the late connate stage in such a short period of time in such a place. A late connate stage connate demon was not something that a middle connate stage demon could compare to. Forget it, no matter what, we have survived this crisis. Zhou Dongwang shook his head, and when he looked at Big Gold and Little Gold again, his expression became a little strange. Speaking of which, you two actually allowed the red goshawk's corpse to fall from the sky just like that? You must know, although it had not yet reached the primal core stage and formed its inner core, as a late Khanate stage Khanate demon, its flesh and bones were filled with an extremely rich spirit. That's the spirit accumulation that it nurtures when it cultivates by absorbing the spirit chi of the world. If you had consumed its corpse, Big Gold would have been one step closer to the Khanate stage, and as for Little Gold, he would definitely have reached great consummation of the chi gathering in a few days. Just as Zhou Dongwang finished speaking, Big Gold and Little Gold spread their wings and flew downwards as if they had gone mad. Now, they were flying in the direction where the red goshawk's corpse had fallen. What two silly birds! Shaking his head again, Zhou Dongwang turned his attention back to the cave behind him. Now, standing there, he could still clearly feel the gentle ripples of energy coming from behind him. Most importantly, he could hear the sound of Buddhist chants ringing in his ears at all times. After all, Zhou Dongwang was not a Buddhist adept, and the sound of Buddhist chants was like the sound of nature to a Buddhist adept, but to him it was no different from noise. Let's go in and take a look. With a thought, Zhou Dongwang took out a match and lit a fire. He then walked deeper into the cave, which became darker the further he went. Now, he pricked up his ears and could confirm that there were no other living beings inside. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, there could not be other living beings inside, because if there were other living beings, they would definitely fight with the red goshawk for the benefits of the Buddhist essence, and that was something the red goshawk could not tolerate. Young master, this is amazing. Zhou Dongwang slowly walked in, and after a few moments, Big Gold and Little Gold returned. Looking at the blood stains on their beaks, it was not difficult to see that they had already swallowed the red goshawk whole. Little Gold followed behind Zhou Dongwang, its eyes filled with admiration as it looked at Zhou Dongwang's back. If not for your reminder, I would never have thought that the red goshawk's body could bring me so many benefits. I can now feel that the final bottleneck of petty consummation of the chi gathering has loosened, and if I start practicing now, I am confident that I can break through the bottleneck within a day and attain great consummation of the chi gathering. As he spoke, Little Gold's voice became more and more excited. Although Big Gold did not speak, the uncontrollable excitement in its eyes was enough to show that it was no less excited than Little Gold. The red goshawk's body was just the appetizer. The real treasure in this place is the Buddhist essence. Zhou Dongwang did not even turn back as he walked deeper into the cave, his footsteps becoming faster and faster. Chapter 131. Buddhist Niden. Hearing Zhou Dongwang's words, the eyes of the two golden-crowned eagles behind him, both Big Gold and Little Gold, lit up. Young master, that red goshawk, a lowly eagle-type demon of a lowly bloodline, managed to attain the late Khanate stage with the help of that Buddhist essence. That Buddhist essence must be something else, right? Little Gold asked as he followed closely behind the young man leading the way. It is indeed something else. Zhou Dongwang nodded as he walked. Based on what you have said, and the fact that the red goshawk attained the late Khanate stage, the monk who left that Buddhist essence behind was at least of the ultimate primal core stage, or possibly even of the Dharma laws stage. Dharma laws. That was a stage above the primal core stage. Big Gold and Little Gold knew this as well, so when they heard Zhou Dongwang's words, their eyes widened. Dharma laws? Even if it was a Buddhist essence left behind by a monk of the Dharma laws stage, there would not be much energy left in it now. Zhou Dongwang sighed, but then said, however, even if there is not much power left in the Buddhist essence, and it is not as useful to us as it was when it was at its peak, it is still very useful to us now. All in all, we have gained a lot this time. As he said this, a deep light appeared in the depths of Zhou Donghuang's eyes, and under the reflection of the light from the match in his hand, it was exceptionally beautiful. Young master. After Little Gold, Big Gold also spoke up. That bottle of medicine you took out just now, what kind of medicine is it? It can actually help you hide your human scent. Big Gold was very clear. If not for the fact that the young man had used that bottle of medicine to hide his human scent and ambush the red goshawk without it noticing, even if they had all taken the chi-increasing elixir, they might not have been able to kill the red goshawk. That is a flavor-mixing liquid, which I made using the leftover ingredients from other medicines. Hearing Big Gold's question, Zhou Donghuang's footsteps involuntarily slowed down. That scent-mixing liquid, after coming into contact with anything and rubbing it on your body, will be able to mask your scent for an hour, revealing only that scent. The scent-mixing liquid was an unpopular liquid that Zhou Donghuang had made on a whim. Although he had made more than 10 bottles, he only had 1 bottle with him. Before today, he would never have thought that. That bottle of scent-mixing liquid could also come in handy. It could be said that it played a role in turning the tide at a critical moment. Today, if not for the odor-mixing liquid that prevented the red goshawk from discovering my tracks, even if I had consumed the chi-increasing elixir, without the advantage of a sneak attack, it would have been difficult to kill it. Zhou Donghuang knew that in order to kill the Khanate stage red goshawk today, both the chi-increasing elixir and the flavor-mixing liquid were indispensable. Of course, Big Gold and Little Gold's straight-line retreat also played a crucial role. Humans are really amazing. They can even concoct this kind of medicinal liquid. As Little Gold sighed, a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. This meant that if any other human had used this liquid to attack it, they would have been able to succeed in a sneak attack as well. We're here. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang could see that there was no longer a path in front of them. At the same time, he saw a pile of bones scattered on the ground at the side of the cave, mixed with pieces of clothing. Most importantly, amidst the pile of scattered bones, there was a faint golden bead. Even from a distance, one could feel the cold intent emanating from it, as if it was repelling people thousands of miles away. Young master, this is the Buddhist essence? Little Gold stared at the faint golden bead and asked with widened eyes. Zhou Donghuang nodded, but Little Gold's eyes were filled with confusion. Young master, didn't you say that the golden light outside was emitted by the Buddhist essence? Why is it not glowing now? Furthermore, from the moment we entered the cave, we could no longer see the golden light. You can't see the golden light inside the cave because there is no light, but it is still filled with the energy that it emits. As for the golden light outside, it is the result of its energy merging with the light outside. Zhou Donghuang explained, if you look outside at night and there is moonlight and starlight, you can still see the faint golden light, but if there is no moonlight and starlight, you will not be able to see the golden light. I see. Little Gold was enlightened. At the same time, Big Gold's eyes shone as he stared at the Buddhist essence. He did not forget to ask the youth, young master, this Buddhist essence, what level of cultivation did the Buddhist cultivator leave behind? Can you tell? Ever since Zhou Donghuang's gaze had landed on the Buddhist essence, it had not left it. Now, hearing Big Gold's question, his eyes flashed, and he said directly, this Buddhist essence was left behind by an early Dharma monk after he passed away. It looks like, even when you discovered it, it had already passed the stage where it could absorb spirit energy to replenish its energy and had entered the countdown to its death. Otherwise, its Buddhist light would not only have extended to the place where you had awakened your intelligence. Now, there is only less than 20% of the power left in it. It is almost equivalent to a Buddhist essence left behind by a late primal core stage Buddhist monk. As he spoke, Zhou Donghuang's eyes shone even brighter. To him now, not to mention a Buddhist essence left behind by a late primal core stage Buddhist adept, Even a Buddhist essence left behind by an early primal core stage Buddhist adept would be a treasure that could only be found by luck and not sought after. Early Dharma stage? Late primal core stage? Both Big Gold and Little Gold were visibly disappointed when they heard Zhou Donghuang's words. If this had been a Buddhist essence left behind by a late primal core stage monk who had passed away, they would have been pleasantly surprised. However, after knowing that this was a Buddhist essence left behind by an early Dharma adept, not only were they no longer surprised, they instead felt a little disappointed, as they felt that they had missed the best opportunity. Be content with what you have. The glint in the eyes of the two golden-crowned eagles made it easy for Zhou Donghuang to see their disappointment, and he said mildly, "Think about it, if you hadn't told me about this, by the time you came back as Khanate demons, it might already be gone. Even if it was still here, the power within it would definitely be depleted, and that red goshawk's level of practice might have already reached the ultimate Khanate stage." An ultimate Khanate red goshawk, is it something that you, who have just become Khanate demons, can fight against? As Zhou Donghuang spoke, the eyes of Big Gold and Little Gold not only brightened, but even brightened. What Zhou Donghuang said made sense, and the situation now was already very good. "Young master, do you have a way to retrieve it?" Big Gold asked Zhou Donghuang doubtfully. After all, even the late Khanate red goshawk had not been able to retrieve the Buddhist essence, and the young man before him had not even reached the Khanate stage. Big Gold doubted that he would be able to retrieve it. Zhou Donghuang did not speak, using his actions to answer Big Gold's question. He reached out with a seemingly casual hand and easily grabbed the Buddhist essence. In reality, the hand that Zhou Donghuang used to hold the Buddhist essence was continuously emitting waves of warm qi, infusing it into the Buddhist essence, using a special method to suppress the icy cold power that was rampaging on the surface of the Buddhist essence. In the instant that the Buddhist essence entered Zhou Donghuang's hand, the icy cold aura that emanated from the Buddhist essence seemed to have completely disappeared. More accurately, it had been retracted. "Let's go back." Looking around and seeing that there was nothing else of value, Zhou Donghuang called out to the two golden-crowned eagles and left the place. The two golden-crowned eagles very quickly realized that after they left, the golden light outside had already disappeared. "Young master, what's going on? Why has the golden light that emanated from the Buddhist essence disappeared?" "I've already used my qi to seal the loss of power within it, so its power no longer extends out. Naturally, it will not merge with the light outside and turn into a golden light that can be seen by the naked eye." Zhou Donghuang looked at the Buddhist essence in his hand and said calmly, "You should have noticed long ago in the instant that I picked up this Buddhist essence, not only did the icy cold aura disappear, but the sound that reached your ears also disappeared." Whoosh! Whoosh! The two golden-crowned eagles once again transformed into two streaks of lightning, flying back in the direction that they had come from. They were officially on their way back. "Young master." On the way, Little Gold asked curiously, "Since the Buddhist essence left behind by a Buddhist monk is a good thing, why did that Buddhist monk choose a place like this to die in? Moreover, his Buddhist Sarira is also here. Why didn't he just die in front of his friends and family and leave the Buddhist essence for them?" Little Gold was clearly very confused about this. The Buddhist way is about following one's fate. Apart from a small number of Buddhist monks who choose to die in front of their friends and family or their disciples, leaving their Buddhist essence for them, most Buddhist monks are very particular about fate. Most Buddhist cultivators pay more attention to fate. They will often choose a place where no one knows to leave their Buddhist relics and wait for the fated one. Zhou Donghuang said, "What if there is no fated one? Wouldn't that be a waste of the Buddhist essence?" Little Gold asked again. To most Buddhist monks, even if the Buddhist essence does not wait for the fated one and disappears in the end, it is also a form of fate. Zhou Donghuang continued, "Young master, what do you intend to do with the Buddhist essence?" Big Gold asked curiously. Don't worry, there will be plenty of benefits for you. Zhou Dongwang smiled lightly. Chapter 132. August 5, 1229 of the Ziyun era, noon. A travel-worn old man rode a huge demon as he swaggered into the main gates of the imperial city of Yunyang, attracting the attention of many. The demon that the old man was riding looked like a leopard, but it was different from an ordinary wild leopard. It was a demonic beast that looked like a leopard. Its entire body was grayish-black, and its fur was glossy. Its eyes were as big as gongs, and two sharp fangs were clamped at the corners of its mouth. It was extremely intimidating. It's a level 7 demon, lightning leopard. Many people recognized the demon that the old man was riding. Although demon mounts were common in the imperial city of Yunyang, level 7 demon mounts were rare. Other than members of the imperial family, only a few members of the elite tycoon families within the imperial city owned such mount. Moreover, even the few top tycoon families only had 1 or 2 beasts of this level as mount. Because of this, the old man riding the lightning leopard on the streets of the imperial city attracted the attention of many people. I only hope that His Majesty the Emperor will not vent his anger on me. The old man muttered to himself as he rode the lightning leopard towards the imperial palace. A bitter smile appeared on his lips, and his eyes were filled with helplessness. This old man was none other than the second elder of the Chu royal family of the western ridge of the Chu king, Xiang Donghua. This was the second time that Xiang Donghua had come to the imperial city of Yunyang this year. The first time was because a youth had appeared in the western ridge of the Chu king who had tamed the 2 great consummation flying demon golden-crowned eagles from the lost forest. That youth had ignored the imperial order and had ordered the golden-crowned eagles to destroy the tycoon fan family of the western ridge of the Chu king. The Chu royal family had no choice but to report the matter to the imperial family. However, although he had brought back the strongest of the imperial family, as well as the flying demon cloud condor that the imperial family had painstakingly trained, they had all been killed by that youth. Because he had brought back both the man and the bird, when the Chu king had asked him to return to the imperial city to report the matter to the imperial family, he had sternly refused. What a joke! Both the man and the bird had been brought back by him. What if the imperial family was angry at him? Because he refused to go, in the end, the Chu royal household sent someone to report to the imperial court of Yunyang country. This time, it was still the follow-up of that incident. As the news that the man and the rock had been killed by the youth reached the imperial court of Yunyang country, the previous emperor of Yunyang country, the current emperor of Yunyang country, Jiang Yunding, who was already a Khanate stage adept, came personally to the Chu royal city of the western ridge of the Chu king. Then, he personally went to see the young man. However, before he could even enter the door, he was killed by that young man. Moreover, he was also killed by a single blow. Jiang Yunding, the retired emperor of the country of Yunyang, the only Khanate stage adept in the country of Yunyang, had died in the Chu royal city of the western ridge of the Chu king, and in an inn owned by the Chu royal family. This matter was of utmost importance, and it had to be reported to the imperial court of Yunyang country as soon as possible. He had once again been sent over by the Chu king. "We're here." Xiang Donghua rode on the lightning leopard and hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and entering the imperial palace. He hesitated for a moment before entering the imperial palace. In the throne room, the emperor of Yunyang country, Jiang Tianqian, sat at the head of the table, looking down at Xiang Donghua with a slightly gloomy expression. Although Xiang Donghua hadn't said anything yet, he already had an ominous premonition. "Speak," Jiang Tianqian said in a low voice. Xiang Donghua took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, my condolences." Crack! Almost as soon as Xiang Donghua finished speaking, Jiang Tianqian's right arm shook, and the right armrest of the throne was broken by his grip. Wood splinters flew everywhere. He had been comforting himself that his father must have met with something on the way back, and that was why he had not returned to the imperial court. Now, Xiang Donghua's words confirmed his greatest worry. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Seeing Jiang Tianqin's anger, Xiang Donghua was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. His expression changed, and his body trembled as he hurriedly knelt on the ground, his head touching the ground, not daring to get up. Of course, Xiang Donghua's action was a smart one, as it could at least preserve his life. "Speak." When Jiang Tianqin spoke again, although his tone was indifferent, it was clear that he was trying hard to suppress his anger. "Your Majesty." Xiang Donghua took a deep breath and gathered his courage to stand up. He looked at Jiang Tianqin respectfully and said, "When the retired emperor arrived at the Chu royal city, he went directly to the Chu royal household to find out more about the young man, and then went to the inn where the young man was staying. According to the witnesses in the inn, the retired emperor was courteous and wanted to talk to the young man. However, the young man didn't even let him through the door. Then, the retired emperor forced the young man to hand over the first-rate martial art." Xiang Donghua told Jiang Tianqin truthfully. The young man refused, and the retired emperor threatened that if he did not hand it over, the imperial court would inform the Valley of the Medicine Masters of certain matters regarding him. That way, the Valley of the Medicine Masters would give the imperial court a first-grade technique. Then, in a fit of rage, the young man attacked, and with a single stroke of his sword, he killed the retired emperor, who was standing outside the door. Before the retired emperor died, he drew his sword from his waist, but was unable to block the young man's sword that transformed from a metal ball. Xiang Donghua finished in one breath. Following Xiang Donghua's words, the atmosphere in the throne room became exceptionally stifling. Jiang Tianqin did not speak for a long time, and Xiang Donghua did not dare to stand up, kneeling there obediently. How was father's body disposed of in the end? Finally, Jiang Tianqin spoke, his gaze fixed on Xiang Donghua as he asked in a low voice. "Your Majesty, our king ordered that the retired emperor's body be placed in an ice coffin. At the same time, when the Chu royal household has prepared enough ice bricks, the retired emperor's body will be sent all the way to the imperial city." Xiang Donghua said hurriedly. Jiang Tianqin nodded in satisfaction and then said, "If there is nothing else, you may leave." "Yes, Your Majesty." As Xiang Donghua left the throne room, the back of his robe was completely soaked in cold sweat, but he did not seem to care, and instead heaved a long sigh of relief. After Xiang Donghua left the throne room, Jiang Tianqin did not leave, but Jiang Tianqin's entourage also hurriedly left the throne room. Not long after, the senior officials of the imperial court of Yunyang once again gathered in the throne room. That night, the emperor of Yunyang, Jiang Tianqin, personally rode out of the palace on a demon steed. The demon that Jiang Tianqin was riding on was a giant lion with a golden mane all over its body. When it ran, it was so fast that it was no slower than the petty consummation flying demon of the Yunyang imperial court, the cloud condor. And this was the other petty consummation demon that the imperial court of Yunyang had tamed, the fiery lion. When the fiery lion ran, the golden fur all over its body moved, like a golden flame burning brightly, beautiful and eye-catching. However, even though the blazing lion's speed wasn't slower than the cloud rocks, it wasn't a flying demonic beast after all, so it couldn't ignore the road. Therefore, in terms of traveling speed, it was still a distance away from the cloud rock. Now, after Jiang Tianqin rode the fiery lion out of the palace, he directly left the imperial city of Yunyang and sped in one direction. And that direction was the direction of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. If I report the matter of that youth to the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Chen Tianhe, who is usually in contact with our country of Yunyang, with Chen Tianhe's greedy personality, even if he reports it to the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, he will definitely take all the credit and not mention my contribution. As Jiang Tianchen hurried along, his eyes flashed. So, it's better for me to make this trip personally. If this time the imperial court of Yunyang is unable to obtain any practical benefits from the Valley of the Medicine Masters, father will have died in vain. Thinking of the death of his own father, Jiang Tianchen's expression became extremely gloomy. Zhou Dongwang, is it? I want to see how you fight the Valley of the Medicine Masters. After many days, Jiang Tianchen finally rode the fiery lion and arrived at one of the gates of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. I am the Emperor of Yunyang, chief of the Jiang family of the Imperial Court of Yunyang, Jiang Tianchen. I have something very important to discuss with the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. In front of the mountain gate, after Jiang Tianchen had stated his identity, he stood outside the mountain gate of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and waited patiently for the disciple who was guarding the gate to enter the Valley of the Medicine Masters to report to him. Although he was the ruler of a country, he did not dare to put on airs in front of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. About half an hour later, the disciple who had gone to report returned and conveyed the words of the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Chief Jiang, the head of the valley has asked me to bring you in. Thank you. Just before arriving at the mountain gate of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Jiang Tianchen had already leapt off the back of the fiery lion and led it along. Now, to enter the mountain gate of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, one had to lead the fiery lion in. And this was also the rule of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Other than Khanate stage adepts, within the Valley of the Medicine Masters, no one was allowed to ride a demon beast around, whether it was a member of the Valley of the Medicine Masters or an outsider. Head of the Valley. About a quarter of an hour later, Jiang Tianchen met the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. As for his fiery lion, it had also been placed somewhere else by the people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and had not come with him to the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The place where the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters lived was a courtyard in front of a small waterfall in a corner of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. It was filled with all kinds of flowers and plants, and there were also some colorful, different shapes, and obviously unusual plants. Emperor of Yunyang Country, are you looking for me? The head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was a middle-aged man dressed in an elegant gray robe. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his face was like jade. It was not difficult to tell that he had been a handsome man when he was young, and even now, he still had the special charm of a mature man. Chapter 133. This was the second time Jiang Tianchen had seen the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters. Years ago, before he had inherited the throne of Yunyang Country, he had followed his father, the then Yunyang Emperor Jiang Yunding, to the Valley of Medicine Masters to pay a visit to the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters. Back then, he had been a youth not even 30 years old. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed, and he had grown old. Time had left its mark on his face, but the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters before him still looked like a middle-aged man 30 years ago. Although I have long heard that the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters has a technique for maintaining his youthful looks, I did not expect that he would still look the same as he did 30 years ago. Jiang Tianchen looked at the middle-aged man before him, and after a moment of silence, he fell into a daze. The fact that the other party looked the same as he did 30 years ago was too much of a shock to him. Was this really the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, and not a descendant of the previous head of the Valley of Medicine Masters? Although he had long heard that the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters had a technique for maintaining his youthful looks, that was just a rumor. Now that he had seen it for himself, Jiang Tianchen's heart was shaken, and it took him a long time to recover. Even when the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters spoke, he could not react in time. Jiang Tianchen, is it? Even your father would not dare to be so rude in front of me. The scholarly middle-aged man, who was also the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Su Mo, saw that Jiang Tianqin was ignoring him. Although his expression did not change much, his eyes flashed with a cold light, startling Jiang Tianqin so much that he snapped back to his senses. "Don't blame me, head of the Valley of Medicine Masters. I was just shocked to see that you look as young as you did 30 years ago." Jiang Tianqin bowed as he spoke, his tone apologetic. Although he was the emperor of Yunyang country, the ruler of Yunyang country, in front of the middle-aged man before him, he did not dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous. Not to mention the fact that the other party was the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, which was above all the 16 countries of the East Valley, including the country of Yunyang. Just based on the other party's level of practice, he did not dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous in front of him. The person before him was not only the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, but also a Khanate adept who had entered the late Khanate stage. One had to admit that Jiang Tianqin was a smooth talker. At least, when these words fell into the ears of Su Mo, the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Su Mo's originally fierce gaze softened considerably. "Speak, what urgent matter has brought you here personally to see me about?" "Valley Master, my father has been killed." Jiang Tianqin took a deep breath before he slowly opened his mouth. As he spoke, his tone involuntarily became deeper. In front of Su Mo, the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Jiang Tianqin, the emperor of Yunyang country, did not dare to address himself as the emperor, and so he obediently addressed himself as I, like a normal person. Su Mo raised an eyebrow. "As far as I know, your father, Jiang Yunding, has already attained the early Khanate stage for some time. Recently, has a Khanate adept gone to Yunyang country to cause trouble?" As his voice fell, a cold light flashed in Su Mo's eyes, ready to devour someone. All the 16 countries of the East Valley, including the country of Yunyang, were under the protection of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Because of this, although many of the 16 countries of the East Valley did not have a Khanate adept, no Khanate adept dared to cause trouble. Because behind the 16 countries of the East Valley was the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Now, hearing that the old emperor of the imperial court of Yunyang country, Jiang Yunding, who had already attained the Khanate stage, had been killed, the first thought that came to Su Mo, the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, was that someone did not respect the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Killing Jiang Yunding was tantamount to slapping the Valley of the Medicine Masters in the face. "Valley Master, my father was not killed by a Khanate adept. The person who killed my father was at most a great consummation adept of the Qi gathering," Jiang Tianqin said with a bitter face. Jiang Yunding, who had already attained the Khanate stage for many years, was killed by a great consummation adept of the Qi gathering? Could it be that he has been living like a dog all these years? The cold light in Su Mo's eyes disappeared, and in its place was a thick disdain. An early Khanate adept dying at the hands of a great consummation adept of the Qi gathering was a disgrace to the Khanate adepts. At this moment, Su Mo felt that Jiang Yunding was a disgrace to the Khanate adepts. "Valley Master, even if that person was only a great consummation adept of the Qi gathering, he was not an ordinary great consummation adept." Sensing Su Mo's disdain for his deceased father, although Jiang Tianqin was furious, he did not dare to show it. Forcing a bitter smile, he said, "That person was most likely a lucky fellow who had obtained a treasure left behind by a Primal Core adept." Primal Core adept? Su Mo's pupils constricted, and his originally calm expression changed in that instant. In his hand there was a small metal ball that could transform into a sword. The sword looked unassuming, but it was surrounded by a cold light that could be seen with the naked eye, and when it flew out it could easily kill. "My father was killed by the small metal ball in his hand, killed by the small metal ball that transformed into a sword," Jiang Tianqin continued, Although my father was vigilant and attacked at the right time, he was still unable to withstand that sword. Small metal ball? Transformed into a sword. Sumo's eyes narrowed again, and his gaze fell on Jiang Tianchen as he asked in a low voice, "Are you sure? The small metal ball in that person's hand could transform into a sword?" Sumo's sudden seriousness put a certain amount of pressure on Jiang Tianchen, and he took a deep breath before speaking again. "Valley Master, although I did not see it with my own eyes, many people in the Chu royal household of the western ridge of the Chu king in Yunyang country saw it clearly. Most importantly, my father was killed by the small metal sword that the small metal ball transformed into." At this point, Jiang Tianchen paused for a moment before continuing, "As for the reason why I suspect that he had obtained an opportunity left behind by a primal core adept, this small metal ball that can transform into a sword is only one of the reasons. The other reason is the advancement of his level of practice. 2 years ago, he was 16 years old and a well-known martial invalid, and now, he is only 18 years old, and it seems that he has already attained great consummation of the Qi gathering. Most importantly, he was not born into any noble family, but was born and raised in a small, remote town in an inferior prefecture of the western ridge of the Chu king." Jiang Tianchen said all this in one breath. 16 years old, martial invalid? Sumo's eyes narrowed again, and his expression changed again. 18 years old, and it seems that he has attained great consummation of the Qi gathering? Furthermore, with that small metal ball that seems to be a sword sphere, he killed the previous emperor of Yunyang country, the early Khanate stage adept Jiang Yunding? Sumo had read in an ancient book passed down through the generations of the Valley of the Medicine Masters that there was a record of a sharp weapon that only adepts of the primal core stage and above could produce. And that sharp weapon was known as the sword sphere. Within the sword sphere there were all sorts of complicated spells, and if one did not know how to use the sword sphere, there was no way of activating it. However, once the sword sphere was activated, it could unleash a terrifying destructive power, and the more qi was infused into it, the more powerful it was. According to the ancient book, when a middle Khanate stage adept activates the sword sphere with all his might, the success rate of killing an ultimate Khanate stage adept in a sneak attack is more than 80%. When a late Khanate stage adept activates the sword sphere with all his might, even without a sneak attack, as long as he has the upper hand, he can easily kill an ultimate Khanate stage adept. At this thought, Sumo's eyes flashed, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. After a moment, Sumo's gaze sharpened, and once again fell on Jiang Tianchen. "You should know the consequences of lying to me." As he said this, there was no lack of warning in Sumo's eyes. Valley Head. Seeing Sumo's reaction, Jiang Tianchen knew that the Valley Head before him was very interested in the young man's fortuitous encounter, or else he would not have repeatedly confirmed the truth of what he had just said. "If I, Jiang Tianchen, say even half a word of falsehood today, Valley Head, you can take my life at any time," Jiang Tianchen said seriously, not hesitating to use his life as a guarantee. Seeing this, Sumo no longer had any doubts, and immediately took out a short flute, put it to his mouth, and blew a piercing sound. The sound of the flute rolled out like waves, spreading far and wide. Whoosh! Just as Jiang Tianchen was frowning slightly at the piercing sound of the flute, he heard a swift sound piercing the air. When he raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound, he saw a white crane with a wingspan of more than 10 meters appeared above him and the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Sumo. It circled in the air, its sharp gaze fixed on Sumo. "This is the Khanate stage demon of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the silver-crowned crane?" With just one glance, Jiang Tianchen saw the silver crown on the white crane's head, and immediately guessed that this white crane was the Khanate stage flying demon of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Khanate stage demon, the silver-crowned crane. "Old friend, come with me for a while." Sumo said to the silver-crowned crane with a smile. Normally, even a Khanate stage demon that had awakened its intelligence would find it difficult to understand human language. However, if a Khanate stage demon lived for a long time, and humans often used human language to communicate with it, over time, it would not be difficult for such a Khanate stage demon to understand human language. However, even if it could completely understand human language, a Khanate stage demon would not be able to speak it. This was because a demon had a throat bone, so it could only communicate with a demon, and could not speak human language. Only a primal core demon that had condensed its inner core and entered the primal core stage could use the inner core to refine the throat bone, and thus speak human language and communicate with humans. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Sumo spoke, the silver-crowned crane in the air swooped down, and then carried Sumo into the air, speeding in the direction of Yunyang country. Jiang Tianqian, the emperor of Yunyang country, was also brought onto the back of the crane by Sumo. Chapter 134. The Country of Yunyang. The Western Ridge of the Chu King. The Chu Royal City. In the blink of an eye, I've been back for a month. This Buddhist essence has finally been put to good use. In the largest master bedroom of the second courtyard of Chushio Inn, a youth dressed in robes whiter than snow sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes wide open as he murmured to himself. His body emitted waves of hazy golden light. Not only did it fill the entire room, it even extended out of the room and enveloped the entire courtyard of Guest House No. 2 and the courtyard of Guest House No. 3. From afar, the 10 master bedrooms of these two courtyards, as well as the backyard of the third courtyard, were completely bathed in the golden light. Little Gold, how is your level of practice now? I'm almost at the final bottleneck of great consummation of the Qi gathering, and just one more step and I'll be close to attaining the Khanate stage and becoming a Khanate demon. A huge black hawk with a flame-like golden crown on its head spoke excitedly to another black hawk that was only slightly smaller than it in the backyard of the courtyard of the third guest house. Its eyes flickered with indescribable excitement as it spoke excitedly to another black hawk that was only slightly smaller than it. Big Gold, in this environment, give me another half a month, and I'll be able to catch up to you now. The black eagle behind said disdainfully. Give me another half a month, and I might even be at the final bottleneck of great consummation of the Qi gathering. You will eventually be surpassed by me. The black eagle in front raised its head proudly, its eyes filled with pride. As it spoke, it seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a look of shock appeared in its eyes. But, come to think of it, I can't believe that not only did young master manage to take away the Buddhist essence that even the late Khanate stage red goshawk could not, he even managed to swallow it into his stomach. Not only does the young master understand the Buddhist Sarira, but he also knows how to control the Buddhist Sarira. Based on the current situation, after he swallows the Buddhist Sarira, he will be able to perfectly control the power within it and help us cultivate. The eyes of the other black hawk also revealed a look of reverence that came from the bottom of its heart. Young master is definitely not an ordinary person, it's our luck to be able to follow him. In the past, we were still thinking of leaving him after stepping into the Khanate realm and becoming a Khanate great demon. But now, I don't want to leave him at all. I always feel that by his side we can see a wider world. Me too. These two black eagles were the two golden-crowned eagles that Zhou Donghuang had obtained from the depths of the Lost Forest. When the two golden-crowned eagles had first left the Lost Forest, they were only petty consummation demons of the Qi gathering, and they were still a long way from achieving great consummation. And now, after following Zhou Donghuang for some time, not only had they all attained great consummation of the Qi gathering, but they were even close to attaining the Khanate stage. In the short span of a month, with the help of the Buddhist essence that had been integrated into Zhou Donghuang's body, it was not just the two golden-crowned eagles who were improving rapidly in their training. Even the others were improving at a ridiculously fast pace. The one who had improved the most was that little girl, Yun Lu. Yun Lu's martial talent was already the highest among the group of people around Zhou Donghuang, and coupled with the fact that she had practiced the top technique in the universe, the Thousand-Star Sword technique, in the short span of a month, she had successfully attained level 6 of the Qi gathering under the protection of the Buddhist light that Zhou Donghuang had extended from the Buddhist essence. After all, a month ago, Yun Lu had only been at level 3 of the Qi gathering. In the short span of a month, she had advanced 3 levels of practice. Xiao Lu's improvement is really great, but it was also because I did my best to use the power of the Buddhist essence to assist them in their training. If they had been on the cliff at the peak of that mountain, bathing in the power of the Buddhist essence, they would not have improved so much. A month ago, after obtaining the Buddhist essence, Zhou Donghuang had used his own qi to set up a few simple formations to suppress the power that the Buddhist essence was emitting. After that, he gained complete control over the Buddhist sarira. He could control the power within it as he pleased and swallowed it, making it a part of his body. Now, with a single thought, he could completely stop the power of the Buddhist essence from being released. With a single thought, he could also completely control the power of the Buddhist essence and where it extended to, just like now. He was controlling the power of the Buddhist essence to assist the 2 golden-crowned eagles and the group of people by his side in their training. Of course, the consumption of the power of the Buddhist essence by him was far greater than the power of the Buddhist essence being used on its own. If this continues, even if this Buddhist essence is comparable to a Buddhist essence left behind by a late primal core Buddhist adept, in at most 1 or 2 years, the power in it will be completely used up, and it will turn to dust. Zhou Donghuang was very clear on this point. But even so, I can at least use its power to attain the early primal core stage. At this thought, Zhou Donghuang's eyes shone with confidence. It must be known that the Buddhist essence in his body was left behind by an early Dharma adept, and even if there was not much power left in it, it was still comparable to a Buddhist essence left behind by a late primal core Buddhist adept. That red goshawk, among the eagle beasts, was just an ordinary existence. It was not talented and it did not have any good techniques. It had relied entirely on its instincts to train, and with the help of the Buddhist essence, it had attained the late Khanate stage. With Zhou Donghuang's incredible talent, and with the help of medicine, he could make the most of the Buddhist essence. Now, not only can I control the power of the Buddhist essence to help people practice, I can also use its power to attack. Although I have not yet attained the Khanate stage and cannot fully use its power to the extent of a primal core adept. But, before Zhou Donghuang could finish his thought, his ears twitched, and he seemed to have sensed something and his eyes narrowed. At the same time, he stopped the power of the Buddhist essence from extending outwards. After a few breaths, the golden light that enveloped the 2 guest courtyards gradually faded, and then completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. What's going on? Young Master stopped the power of the Buddhist essence? Whether it was the 2 golden-crowned eagles, Fu, Freezing Wind, Lu Qinghu, or Lin Lan, Yun Lu, or Yang Zishi, they all realized. Their cultivation speed had been beaten back to its original state. Of course, they knew in their hearts. This was the result of Zhou Donghuang stopping the power of the Buddhist essence from extending outwards. Just as the 2 golden-crowned eagles and everyone else stopped training, Zhou Donghuang had already pushed open the door and walked out of the room. He stood in the spacious courtyard, his eyes fixed on the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Zhou Donghuang stood in the courtyard, his eyes fixed on the sky, a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was a huge white crane, and it swooped down and appeared above Zhou Donghuang's head, circling at a low altitude. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the white crane landed, the 2 golden-crowned eagles had already flown out from the courtyard of the 3rd guest house. They circled in the air nearby and stared at the white crane warily as they said to Zhou Donghuang, "Don't worry. Young master, this crane is a connate demon. Young master, the power of this connate demon is probably not as strong as that red goshawk. Big Gold and Little Gold reminded Zhou Donghuang. At this time, Zhou Donghuang could clearly see the white crane descending from the sky. It had a wingspan of more than 10 meters, and it had a silver crown on its head. Its eyes were not as gentle as those of ordinary white cranes, but they were fierce. Silver-crowned crane? Zhou Donghuang raised his eyebrows. With his experience and knowledge from his previous life, it was not difficult for him to recognize that this white crane was a silver-crowned crane with a rather good bloodline among the flying demons. Among the cranes, it was second only to the golden-crowned crane and a few other types of cranes. However, after glancing at the silver-crowned crane, Zhou Donghuang's gaze fell on the two figures on the back of the silver-crowned crane. They were two middle-aged men. One of them wore a dragon robe with 9 5-clawed golden dragons embroidered on it. His face was firm and dignified, with thick eyebrows and large eyes. His pair of vertical sword-like eyebrows were like the finishing touch of a painting, causing his entire person to appear a little colder. The Emperor of Yunyang country? Seeing the man's attire, it was not difficult for Zhou Donghuang to guess his identity. He was most likely the Emperor of Yunyang country. However, his gaze only lingered on him for a moment before Zhou Donghuang looked at the other middle-aged man standing in front of him. To be able to make the Emperor of Yunyang country stand so obediently behind him, this man's status was obvious. This middle-aged man was dressed in an elegant gray robe. His eyebrows were sharp, and his face was as clear as jade. He stood on the back of the silver-crowned crane with his hands behind his back, looking down at Zhou Donghuang indifferently. "You are Zhou Donghuang?" The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Donghuang calmly and asked calmly. However, Zhou Donghuang's response was to turn the small metal ball in his hand into a small metal sword that was surrounded by a cold light. It whistled through the air towards the silver-crowned crane. Swish! The speed of the small metal sword was so fast that the early connate stage silver-crowned crane could not dodge in time, and its eyes were filled with despair. It really is a sword sphere. Seeing that the small metal sword had reached the silver-crowned crane in the blink of an eye and was about to kill it, the middle-aged man's voice was slightly agitated as he pointed with his finger. Suddenly, a stream of condensed green Zhen Qi turned into a green finger light that was as thick as a finger. It easily knocked the small iron sword away. The green finger was about 10 feet long, and after knocking the small metal sword away, it quickly returned to the middle-aged man's fingertip. Late connate stage? Zhou Donghuang raised his hand to catch the small metal ball that had returned to his hand. He looked at the middle-aged man and his gaze froze. Head of the Valley of Medicine Masters. Chapter 135. 10 feet of Qi was a sign of the late connate stage. On the back of the connate stage silver-crowned crane, the middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He casually pointed out with a finger, and a ray of Qi shot out from his finger. It immediately revealed one thing. He was an adept who had entered the late connate stage. And in the country of Yunyang, there could only be one late connate stage adept, the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters. Furthermore, this late connate stage adept had come with the Emperor of Yunyang, and the latter had clustered around him respectfully. This also showed how extraordinary this person was. A late connate stage adept, accompanied by the Emperor of Yunyang. If it was not the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, who else could it be? That's right, I am the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters. Suemo stood on the back of the silver-crowned crane, looking down at the youth indifferently. 18 years old, great consummation of the Qi gathering in the history of the Valley of Medicine Masters, and even in the history of the 16 countries of the East Valley, there has never been a martial prodigy like you. Although there was the help of the Primal Core Adept, it is still a rare achievement. Suemo said calmly. come down. Zhou Dongwang looked at Su Imo calmly and said, I don't like people standing on top of me. I'll give you the time of 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, if you don't come down, I'll make you come down. As soon as Zhou Dongwang said this, Su Imo was taken aback. The Emperor of Yunyang, Jiang Tianqian, who was standing behind Su Imo, had long heard that the youth in front of him was very arrogant, but he had never imagined that he would dare to be so arrogant in front of Su Imo, the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters and a late Khanate stage adept. Kid, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters? Are you tired of living? Jiang Tianqian asked in a low voice, staring coldly at the youth. In the depths of his eyes, there was a bloodthirsty hatred. This was the youth who had killed his father, Jiang Yunding, and he wanted nothing more than to kill him as soon as possible. The head of the Valley of Medicine Masters? Fu, Freezing Wind, Lu Qinghu, and the others had just stepped out of the room when they heard Jiang Tianqian's words. Their expressions changed drastically. The Valley of the Medicine Masters was a powerful sect that stood above the 16 countries of the East Valley, including the country of Yunyang. Every year, the 16 countries of the East Valley had to offer large amounts of gold, silver, and treasures to the Valley of the Medicine Masters in exchange for their protection. In the Valley of the Medicine Masters, there were as many Khanate adepts as there were clouds. Among them, the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was said to be a powerful late Khanate adept. He is the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Su Imo? Isn't it said that the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters is already over 70 years old? Why do you look so young? Although I've long heard that the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters has a way of retaining his youthful looks, isn't this too exaggerated? Fu, Freezing Wind, Lu Qinghu and the others might have only known of the existence of the Valley of the Medicine Masters in the past, but after staying in the Chu royal city for so long, they had learned a lot about the valley from others. And this was something they wanted to understand. Because now, their young master could be said to have no rival in the country of Yunyang, and only the Valley of the Medicine Masters could threaten their young master. After understanding the situation, they were naturally frightened, and they had prayed in their hearts that the Valley of the Medicine Masters would not interfere in the feud between their young master and the imperial court of Yunyang, because they did not think that their young master could compete with the Valley of the Medicine Masters now. But what they did not expect was, not only did the Valley of the Medicine Masters intend to interfere in the feud between their young master and the imperial court of Yunyang, but the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the late Khanate adept, had personally arrived on the Valley of the Medicine Masters' Khanate demon silver-crowned crane. Now, seeing the middle-aged man in the dragon robe behind the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Su Imo, it was not difficult to guess his identity. Looks like the imperial court of Yunyang does not learn their lesson, Zhou Dongwang said as he glanced at Jiang Tianqian. Zhou Dongwang glanced at Jiang Tianqian and said, Originally, I did not intend to settle the score with the imperial court of Yunyang, but today, since you, the Emperor of Yunyang, have come personally, from now on, the imperial court of Yunyang shall have a change of leadership. Hearing Zhou Dongwang's words, Jiang Tianqian was stunned at first, and then he could not help but laugh sarcastically. Zhou Dongwang, have you lost your mind? Change the leadership of the imperial court of Yunyang? You? I think you should first ask the head of the valley if he allows you to change the leadership of the imperial court of Yunyang. As Jiang Tianqian spoke, the sarcastic smile on his face deepened. Ignorant junior. Now, Su Imo had also regained his composure, and when he looked at the young man again, his gaze was cold. I can't even remember how many years it has been since someone dared to anger me, Junior. I have to say, your courage is commendable. Do you really think that after obtaining the opportunity of the Primal Core Adept, and even obtaining the sword sphere left behind by the Primal Core Adept, you are invincible? As he said this, Su Mo's lips curled up in a mocking smile. You do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know, if I had not wanted you to hand over the primal core adept's opportunity and even teach me how to use the sword sphere, I would not have been able to do so. Now you would be dead." As he said this, Su Mo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The time of 5 breaths is up. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, facing Su Mo's lecture, the young man did not seem to hear. As Su Mo finished speaking, the young man grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. His smile was very bright. Whoosh! Without any warning, the young man's white robes fluttered even though there was no wind, and in the palm of his right hand that held the sword sphere, a golden light flashed. In the next moment, swoosh! The short-lived whistling sound of the sword appeared again, but the sword sphere had once again transformed into a small iron sword and flew out like a ghost. Even though Su Mo had been alerted by Zhou Donghuang's voice, he realized that he was still half a beat too late. Swoosh! The ray of qi shot out once again, but this time it missed. Swoosh! There was a soft sound as a ray of sword light pierced through the silver-crowned crane's head, killing it in one blow. The Khanate stage demon's glowing eyes dimmed, and its wings stopped moving. Its body that had been circling in the air fell to the ground and landed heavily on the stone table in the courtyard. Bang! The emperor of Yunyang country, Jiang Tianqian, fell to the ground in a sorry state. When he stood up, his legs wobbled, and it was obvious that he had injured them. This was because he was a great consummation adept of the qi gathering, and in the instant that he landed, he had used all the qi in his body to protect his legs. Even so, the downward force was still too strong, and his legs were injured. Boom! Kaboom! On the other side, the Valley Lord of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Su Mo, floated down like a feather. As he landed, the green qi under his feet roared out and hit the ground heavily, causing the bricks and stones to shatter and fly everywhere. The force of the impact caused Su Mo to land steadily. The late Khanate stage adept landed 10 meters in the air, completely unharmed. Old friend. As Su Mo landed, his gaze fell on the silver-crowned crane that had fallen to the ground, and his eyes flashed with sorrow. This silver-crowned crane had been with him for many years, and now it had died in front of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Su Mo retracted his gaze, and when he looked at the youth again, his eyes were as cold as a knife. "It seems I have underestimated you. I did not expect that, although you have not attained the Khanate stage, you can use the sword sphere to execute such a swift attack. Your speed is no slower than my own. That must also be a miraculous encounter left behind by that primal core adept." As he said this, Su Mo's eyes flashed with greed, and he stared at Zhou Donghuang as if he had seen a rare treasure. Although the speed of Zhou Donghuang's attack just now was no slower than his own, and he had taken the initiative to kill the Khanate stage silver-crowned crane of the Valley of Medicine Masters. However, he did not think that Zhou Donghuang was a match for him. An adept who had not even attained the Khanate stage, even if he had the sword sphere left behind by the primal core adept and some other secrets, was definitely no match for him. If the other party had the ability to kill him, why did he not attack him just now, but the silver-crowned crane instead? This was what Su Mo was thinking. "So what if I am?" Zhou Donghuang did not deny it and asked calmly. "Young one, when I capture you, I want to see if you can still be as stubborn as you are now." Su Mo's face darkened and his gaze grew colder. At the same time, the gray robe on his body swelled up, and waves of green qi spread out from his body, some long and some short, and the longest was a full 10 feet long. Late Khanate stage adept. Just now, Fu and the others had only heard of Su Mo, the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, and so they knew that he was a late Khanate stage adept. But now they had seen Su Mo display the power of a late Khanate stage adept with their own eyes. "Young master." Suddenly, their hearts were in their throats, and they looked worriedly at the youth in white standing not far away. Although they had confidence in their young master, But his opponent was the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, a late Khanate stage adept, and the strongest in the 16 countries of the East Valley. In front of such a person, could an 18-year-old youth really stand up to him? The emperor of Yunyang country, Jiang Tianqian, stared coldly at the youth and said in a low voice, "Young one, I advise you to kneel down and beg for mercy, and perhaps the head will spare you some physical pain." However, Zhou Dongwang did not pay any attention to him. He stared coldly at Su Mo, who was emanating qi from his body, and said calmly, "I won't bully you. I'll give you a chance to strike. After 3 breaths, if you don't strike, I won't wait for you anymore." Zhou Dongwang's words did not seem to take Su Mo seriously at all. "Young one, you are too arrogant." Just as Zhou Dongwang finished speaking, Su Mo could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. The qi emanating from his body expanded, and his entire body seemed to transform into a green flame, rushing towards Zhou Dongwang. Whoosh! The green flame raged, as if it had transformed into a giant flaming beast with its mouth wide open, wanting to swallow Zhou Dongwang in one bite. Chapter 136. Late Khanate Stage? Faced with Su Mo, the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, who was rushing towards him like a raging inferno, Zhou Dongwang could not help but smile faintly. Now, Zhou Dongwang's face was calm and unruffled, as if the situation before him was completely under his control. "Young master." As Su Mo neared Zhou Dongwang, the expressions on Fu and the others' faces changed. Even the 2 golden-crowned eagles circling at a low altitude had a look of deep worry in their eyes. The Yunyang Emperor, Jiang Tianqian, looked at Zhou Dongwang with a mocking smile. In his opinion, no matter how strong Zhou Dongwang was, he could not possibly be a match for Su Mo. Su Mo was a late Khanate stage adept, and the only late Khanate stage adept in the 16 countries of the East Valley. Faced with Su Mo, who had already crossed half the distance between them, Zhou Dongwang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said calmly, "If you want to get close to me, you'll have to take a blow from me first." As soon as he said this, Zhou Dongwang's right hand rose like lightning, and a golden light spread out from his palm, expanding to more than 3 feet. Whoosh! As Zhou Dongwang lifted his right hand and brought it down, a golden light expanded to more than 30 feet, transforming into a huge golden palm that slammed down on Su Mo's head. It was menacing and domineering. Boom! Boom boom boom! The huge golden palm split the air, and there was a loud explosion in the air, as if it had transformed into a small mountain, whistling down from the sky, crashing towards Su Mo's head. Ultimate Khanate Stage? As he saw Zhou Dongwang's palm fall, the golden light expanded to 3 feet, transforming into a palm that whistled towards him. Su Mo hurriedly stopped in his tracks, his expression changing instantly, and he could not help but let out a cry of shock. Extending one's qi to 3 feet was the hallmark of the ultimate Khanate stage. An ultimate Khanate stage adept was not someone a late Khanate stage adept like him could handle. However, faced with the attack before him, although Su Mo did not have the slightest desire to fight, he could only brace himself and defend against the young man's fierce attack. Swoosh! 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 Rays of green light shot out from Su Mo's 10 fingers and met the giant palm print that was whistling down. Every ray of light was a zhang long. Normally, such a technique would be enough to shock many people. However, right now, the 10-feet-long finger flashes shot out from Su Mo's 10 fingers seemed to pale in comparison to the 30-feet-wide palm print. The limelight had been completely stolen. Boom! Rumble! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the giant golden palm print that was like a small mountain whizzed down and instantly crushed the 10 solid finger glows. How is this possible? Although Su Mo knew that it would be difficult for him to block the huge palm print that was coming towards him, he had never imagined that the first-grade martial arts technique of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Dark Dominion Finger, would be so vulnerable in front of the palm print. What he did not know was that he was not the only one who had used a first-grade martial arts technique. Zhou Donghuang had also used a first-grade martial arts technique. The first-grade martial arts technique that Zhou Donghuang was using now was called Heaven Shrouding Palm. Although it was also a first-grade martial arts technique like Su Mo's Dark Dominion Finger, the latter was only a weaker first-grade martial arts technique, while the former was the best of the best. Now, Zhou Donghuang was using the power of the Buddha essence in his body to attack, and in the blink of an eye, he displayed the power of an ultimate Khanate stage adept. Boom! After the giant palm print had crushed Su Mo's attack, it continued to fall towards Su Mo. Have mercy! Su Mo cried out in panic, wanting Zhou Donghuang to have mercy. At the same time, the qi in his body was rapidly compressed on the surface of his body, forming a layer of green jade wall. And this was the defensive technique Green Jade Wall, which was also a first-grade martial arts technique of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Bang! The palm print continued to fall, landing on Su Mo's body. The green jade wall on the surface of Su Mo's body instantly shattered, and his entire body was slammed to the ground, then forcefully slammed into the solid ground. Pfft! Su Mo, who seemed to be embedded in the ground, no longer looked as elegant as before. He looked battered and exhausted, and he opened his mouth to spit out a large mouthful of blood. His aura was weak, and the qi in his body was sparse. He no longer looked as imposing as before. And this was because the golden palm print had dissipated in time. Otherwise, with that palm, Su Mo would have died without a doubt. Thank you for your mercy. Su Mo took a deep breath, raising his head with great difficulty to look at the youth standing not far away, his eyes filled with fear. He knew in his heart that if the youth had not stopped in time, he would have been a dead man now, with no chance of survival. I'll give you two choices. Zhou Donghuang glanced at Su Mo, either die or become my dog. As he said this, a cold, murderous glint flashed across Zhou Donghuang's eyes, as if he was about to devour someone. Whoosh! Zhou Donghuang's words caused Su Mo's expression to change completely. He was a late Khanate stage adept, the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, the most powerful man in the 16 countries of the East Valley. This youth actually wanted him to be his master and become his dog? Sir, although I, Su Mo, am not as strong as you, that does not mean that I will allow you to humiliate me like this. Su Mo's expression was dark as he said, I would rather be killed than humiliated. Is that so? Zhou Donghuang took 2 steps forward, looking down at Su Mo, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. He grinned. Since you have so much backbone, then I'll give you a quick death. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang raised his hand again, and the golden light expanded once more, turning into a huge palm print the size of a small mountain. Humph! Zhou Donghuang's expression was cold, and he snorted coldly, his hand moving violently. Everyone present, including the Yunyang Emperor Jiang Tianqian, did not doubt that once this palm landed, Su Mo would definitely die. Master, spare me! At the brink of death, Su Mo, whose heart was filled with fear, hurriedly begged for mercy, and even changed the way he addressed Zhou Donghuang as master. Before this, he had indeed felt that his dignity was very important, and he had even thought that it was above his life. However, as death approached, that suffocating feeling of oppression, as well as the hurried memories of the past few decades of training, made him feel that his life was still more important. If he died, there would be nothing left, and everything would be for naught. Furthermore, the youth in front of him was only 18 years old, and already had the power of an ultimate Khanate stage adept. In the future, when he grew up, he would definitely become an earth-shattering figure on the planet of Ziyun. Acknowledging such a person as his master would not be a disgrace to him. As Su Mo addressed Zhou Donghuang as master, the large courtyard of the second guest room fell into a deathly silence. Su Mo, a late Khanate stage adept, the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, and a man in his 70s, now, acknowledging a youth as his master? Young master. In a moment, Fu, Freezing Wind, Lu Qinghu, and the rest were the first to regain their senses, and when they looked at the youth again, their eyes were filled with passion. In the past, although they knew that their young master was extraordinary, they did not expect that their young master, at the age of 18, would be able to suppress the late Khanate stage head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, and even force him to acknowledge him as his master. Big brother, what young master used just now was the power of that Buddhist essence, right? He can actually use the power of the Buddhist essence to fight against an enemy? Furthermore, he has displayed power comparable to that of an ultimate Khanate stage adept. Little Gold, who was circling in the air, looked at Big Gold with a shocked expression, and asked with some difficulty. It should be. That power is very similar to the power that we normally use to train. I really did not expect that young master could use that Buddhist essence to display such power. Big Gold's eyes were also filled with shock. He had never imagined that his young master would have such a trick up his sleeve. Thump! When Zhou Donghuang's gaze fell on the emperor of Yunyang country, Jiang Tianqian, whose expression had already been very ugly, suddenly had a look of fear in his eyes, and he immediately fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Young Master Donghuang, spare me! Jiang Tianqian's voice was now trembling with fear. Although Jiang Tianqian had been very strong earlier, but that was because he felt that the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Su Mo, was enough to suppress the youth before him. Who would have thought that not only had Su Mo not been able to suppress the youth before him, but he had also been seriously injured by the youth, and had even willingly acknowledged the youth as his master, willingly becoming the youth's dog. In his eyes, Su Mo was high and mighty, an existence that could not be surpassed. Not to mention that the youth's power was above Su Mo's, but now, even Su Mo had willingly become the youth's dog. One word from Su Mo, and he would die. Not to mention the youth, who was now Su Mo's master. Whoosh! What responded to Jiang Tianqian was the small metal sword that flew out of Zhou Donghuang's hand. With just one strike, Jiang Tianqian's life was ended. Jiang Tianqian, the emperor of Yunyang country, the chief of the Jiang family of Yunyang country, had fallen at the western ridge of the Chu King. Jiang Tianqian's eyes were filled with despair. In the instant that he died at the hands of Zhou Donghuang, there was only one thought in his mind. If he could turn back time, he would not have dared to provoke this youth, even if he was given 1,000 times more courage. After some time, I will go to the Valley of Medicine Masters. Zhou Donghuang's gaze swept calmly over Su Mo, who was lying in the pit on the floor, and casually threw a small medicine bottle to Su Mo. He said lightly, "This is my wound-healing elixir." Withdrawing his gaze from Su Mo, Zhou Donghuang strode towards his room, at the same time looking at the two golden-crowned eagles, Fu and the rest. "Go back and practice. When I attain the Khanate stage, I will bring you all to the Valley of Medicine Masters." With that, Zhou Donghuang returned to his room. Attain the Khanate stage? Hearing the youth's words, Su Mo was stunned. He is not yet a Khanate stage adept? Chapter 137. That's right. His chi was not the normal green color. It looks like for some reason, he was able to use the power of an ultimate Khanate stage adept to defeat me. Very quickly, Su Mo realized. The youth was not really an ultimate Khanate stage adept, but for some reason, he was able to use the power of an ultimate Khanate stage adept. His actual level of practice was only great consummation of the chi gathering. Even so, when he thought of that moment of hopelessness when he was on the brink of death, he did not dare to have any thoughts of going against the youth again. No matter what the youth's reason was for being able to use that power, he did not dare to take the risk of provoking the youth again. The youth's decisiveness in casually killing the emperor of Yunyang country, Jiang Tianqian, made Suemo realize that the youth was not a merciful person. The reason the youth had spared his life was most likely because he felt that he had other uses for him. It looks like what he obtained was not an ordinary primal core adept's fortuitous encounter. Suemo thought to himself. However, even as he thought this, Suemo did not dare to have any thoughts of obtaining the youth's primal core adept's fortuitous encounter, because he knew that if he attacked the youth again, the youth would not spare his life. If he were the youth, and someone repeatedly offended him, he would not spare the life of the youth. Suemo was truly afraid. He had been practicing for more than 60 years, and if he were to die here today, everything would be for naught. Did he make his own wound-healing elixir? Looking at the small medicine bottle in his hand, Suemo's eyes were filled with disdain. Even if it was a wound-healing elixir left behind by a primal core adept, he did not think it would be better than his own, let alone one that the youth had made himself. I want to see how good a wound-healing elixir he can make. Even if the effects are poor, it doesn't matter, I have my own wound-healing elixir with me. As he thought this, Suemo uncorked the small medicine bottle in his hand and poured the wound-healing elixir into his mouth and swallowed it. However, a moment later, the disdain in the depths of his eyes disappeared and was replaced by waves of disbelief. The effects of this wound-healing elixir are so strong? The effects of the wound-healing powder can be this strong? I've always thought that the wound-healing powder that I concocted was already the peak of the wound-healing powder's efficacy. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful wound-healing powder in this world. Now, Suemo was truly shocked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that there would be such an effective wound-healing powder in this world. The efficacy of this medicine was twice as strong as the wound-healing powder that he had formulated, which he believed to be the best in the world. Based on my previous knowledge, this level of efficacy only exists in the healing elixirs produced by alchemists of the primal core stage and above using the Samadhi true fire. I did not expect that the wound-healing elixir could achieve this level of efficacy. In front of the effects of the wound-healing elixir that he had just consumed, Suemo felt that the wound-healing elixirs that he carried around with him were no different from trash. It had to be said that the wound-healing elixir that Zhou Donghuang had given Suemo was indeed very potent. In just a quarter of an hour, Suemo struggled to sit up. 2 hours later, he could move freely. Master, Suemo awaits your arrival at the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Before leaving, Suemo stood respectfully in front of the largest master's room in the courtyard and spoke respectfully to the person inside. Suemo only turned to leave when he heard a faint reply from inside. At the same time, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Although he regretted following the emperor of Yunyang country, Jiang Tianqian, to provoke such a troublemaker and be forced to acknowledge him as his master, but once he thought of Jiang Tianqian's fate, he felt relieved. At least, he was still alive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Suemo left, he did not go through the main door. In a flash, his chi flowed through his body, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared behind the walls. After the courtyard had completely regained its peace for a long time, the servant girls who had been standing guard outside the courtyard finally dared to push open the door and enter. When they saw the body of the emperor of Yunyang country, Jiang Tianqian, they were already used to it, because in the past few months, 2 people had died in and around this courtyard. But when Jiang Tianqian's body was carried out of the courtyard, and the innkeeper of Chuxiu invited the commander of the Chu Royal City Guard, Xue Meng, over, his expression changed completely when he saw Jiang Tianqian's body. His pupils constricted rapidly. "Don't let anyone touch him. I'll get His Royal Highness here." Xue Meng left the bewildered innkeeper and rushed out of Chuxiu Inn. As he rushed towards the Chu royal household, his heart was still beating rapidly. My God! That youth had actually killed the emperor of Yunyang country? Although Shui Meng had only seen the emperor of Yunyang country once with the Chu king, that one time was enough for him to remember what he looked like. The man in the dragon robe who had died in the courtyard was the emperor of Yunyang country that he had seen before, Jiang Tianqian. Your Majesty! When the Chu king, Xiang Xiong, followed Shui Meng to Chuxiu Inn and saw Jiang Tianqian's body, he could not help but cry out in shock. Your Majesty? Instantly, the innkeeper of Chuxiu Inn was dumbfounded. Although he had already seen that the man lying on the ground was wearing a dragon robe embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon, and he knew that this was the exclusive uniform of the emperor of Yunyang country. However, he did not dare to link it to the emperor of the country of Yunyang. That emperor was high and mighty. How could he have died in Chuxiu Inn for no reason? So he had only thought that the other party was deliberately wearing the dragon robe to scare people. Only now, when the Chu king personally confirmed it, did he realize this person was not deliberately wearing the dragon robe to scare people, but was the real emperor of Yunyang country. That youth! He is going against the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The innkeeper of Chuxiu Inn was also an elder of the Chu royal household. When he realized that the youth had killed the emperor of Yunyang country, his first thought was that the youth had gotten into big trouble. Yunyang country was under the protection of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and the one who controlled Yunyang country was the Jiang family of the imperial court of Yunyang country. As the head of the Jiang family, the current emperor of Yunyang country was naturally under the protection of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Not just the current emperor of Yunyang country, but the emperors of the 16 countries of the East Valley were also under the protection of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. In the past, there had been people who had killed the emperors of other countries, and some of them had been foreign Khanate adepts. But those people, without exception, had all been killed by the adepts of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Over time, under the protection of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the 16 countries of the East Valley no longer had any Khanate adepts who wanted to replace the royal family of any country and control that country. This was because the 16 countries of the East Valley were under the protection of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. And the Valley of the Medicine Masters was a powerful sect above the 16 countries of the East Valley. The sect had as many Khanate adepts as there were clouds in the sky, and they dominated the area. A large area around the 16 countries of the East Valley was basically considered by the Valley of the Medicine Masters as their own territory. Who else does he not dare to kill? After Xiang Xiong recovered, he smiled bitterly and looked at the innkeeper of Chuxiu Inn, asking, "Only His Majesty went to cause trouble for that youth alone?" There was also a huge white crane. The innkeeper of Chuxiu Inn said, "Take me to see it." Very quickly, Xiang Xiong saw the white crane that the innkeeper of Chuxiu Inn had mentioned. More accurately, it was the white crane's corpse. This is a silver-crowned crane. Although it was the first time that Xiang Xiong had seen this huge white crane, he had heard that the Valley of the Medicine Masters had a Khanate stage demon called the Silver-Crowned Crane. "Your Highness, this can't be the Khanate stage silver-crowned crane of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, right?" Shui Meng, who was standing to one side, could not help but swallow hard when he heard Xiang Xiong's words and asked with difficulty. "Most likely." Xiang Xiong smiled bitterly. Given His Majesty's cautiousness after learning that the retired emperor, who was at the Khanate stage, had been killed by that youth, he would not have come alone. He must have gone to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to ask for help. Now it seems that the Khanate stage silver-crowned crane of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was the help he had asked for. However, he probably never imagined that even this silver-crowned crane would not be a match for that youth and would die at his hands. This Khanate stage demon had already reached the Khanate stage 20 years ago, and even though it has not yet reached the middle Khanate stage, its power is not something that the retired emperor, who had only reached the Khanate stage a few years ago, can compare to. At this point, Xiang Xiong drew in a cold breath. As far as I know, this silver-crowned crane was the mount of the valley head of the medicine masters. Now that the silver-crowned crane is dead, the valley head of the valley of the medicine masters must be furious. The wrath of that late Khanate stage adept is even more terrifying than the wrath of the emperor in the 16 countries of the East Valley. That youth has really kicked an iron plate this time. As he muttered to himself, Xiang Xiong shook his head, and a look of pity appeared in his eyes. I've also heard that this Khanate stage silver-crowned crane, in the eyes of the valley head of the medicine masters, is no different from a close friend. A look of pity also appeared in Xuemeng's eyes. Now, whether it was Xiang Xiong or Xuemeng, they both felt that the youth named Zhou Donghuang was in deep trouble. They were both pitying each other's impending doom. Your Highness, what should our next step be? Should we send someone directly to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to report this, or should we send someone to report to the Imperial Court and let the Imperial Court report to the Valley themselves? Xuemeng asked. Commander Xue, personally make a trip to the Imperial City and report this to the Imperial Court. It is best to inform the Imperial Court of this matter as soon as possible. Xiang Xiong said gravely, otherwise the Imperial Court will definitely blame the Chu royal family. Yes, Your Highness, Xuemeng replied and left. The legend created by this youth, who has the power to take on an entire country, I'm afraid it will soon be completely destroyed. After Xuemeng left, Xiang Xiong's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 138. The climate of Ziyun was very similar to that of Earth. The location of the 16 countries of the East Valley was similar to that of Asia on Earth. At the end of November 1229 of the Ziyun era, the weather had turned cold. Chu Xiuyin, in the courtyard of the third room. Aunt Lan, are you really not going to the Valley of the Medicine Masters with Big Brother Zhou? A young girl of about 16 or 17 wearing a rose-red mink coat sat at the stone table and asked the beautiful woman sitting opposite her. The beautiful woman was wearing a silver mink coat, looking elegant and serene. Yes. The beautiful woman nodded in response to the young girl's question. The country of Yunyang and the 16 countries of the East Valley are only the starting points of that child, Donghuang. The path that that child will take is not limited to the 16 countries of the East Valley. I don't want to follow him and be a burden to him. Besides, in this past year, I have found that I am still not used to being in other places. Compared to the Chu royal city or even the prefecture capital of Yunfeng Prefecture, I still prefer Qingshan town. As she spoke, a smile appeared on the beautiful woman's face, and her eyes were filled with nostalgia. After being away for so long, Aunt Lien must miss me very much. When she mentioned Auntie Lien, the beautiful woman's autumn eyes promptly became as gentle as water. This was the first time in her life that she had been away from the old woman who had raised her for so long. She had personally witnessed the old woman's transformation from a middle-aged woman to her current appearance. He at this time, a little girl of about 8 or 9 years old, who was also wearing a mink coat, ran over and sat beside the beautiful woman. Mother, if you want to go back to Qingshan town, Xiaolu will go with you. All right. Hearing the young girl's words, the beautiful woman smiled and agreed, secretly relieved. After all, she could decide the path she wanted to take, but she could not force others to follow her path. The young girl beside her had an imperceptible look of disappointment in her eyes. She looked at the beautiful woman and said with a smile, Aunt Lan, you don't mind if I go back with you, right? You don't want to be a burden to Big Brother Zhou, and neither do I. The three beauties around the table were Lin Lan, Yang Zishi, and Yun Lu. They were discussing their return to Qingshan town. The three women did not know that when they were discussing, their voices were clearly heard by Ah Fu, who had just walked out of his room, even though they were separated by 2 walls. Ah Fu's room was right next to the courtyard of the third guest room. That's right. If I were to follow the young master to the Valley of the Medicine Masters, wouldn't I be a burden to him? I'd better return to Qingshan Town with Madame and Miss Xiaolu. Although Fu really wanted to continue following Zhou Donghuang, when he thought about the difference in power between him and his young master, he dismissed the idea of going to Qingshan Town with him. After Fu gave up on the idea, he went to look for Ling Hanfeng, Lu Qinghu, Zhou Han, and Zhou Feng. He told them about the conversation he overheard between Lin Lan and the other two girls. For a moment, the four of them were silent. Since even Madame is unwilling to follow the young master to the Valley of the Medicine Masters for fear of being a burden to him, how can we be so selfish? Ling Hanfeng was the first to speak, his eyes shining. I've decided to return to Qingshan Town with Madame. In my spare time from practicing in Qingshan Town, I'll create a force in Yunfeng Prefecture to protect Madame and Miss Xiaolu. This way, the young master will have less to worry about. Both Zhou Han and Zhou Feng saw Ling Hanfeng as their second parent and teacher. They would naturally follow Ling Hanfeng's decision unconditionally. I had originally planned to follow young Master Donghuang and perhaps reach the Khanate stage in the future, but now it seems that even if I don't go to the Valley of the Medicine Masters with young Master Donghuang, I am confident that I can reach the Khanate stage in my lifetime. Lu Qinghu's eyes flashed and he smiled. Since all of you intend to return to Yunfeng Prefecture with Madame, then I will return with you. From now on, as long as the Lu family is not destroyed, I will protect Madame. As his voice faded, Lu Qinghu's eyes flashed with incomparable determination. The Chu royal household. Your Highness, it has already been 3 months since Commander Xiao sent the message to the Imperial Court. Is there still no movement from the Imperial Court? In a spacious courtyard, a beautiful woman in luxurious clothes with hatred in her eyes asked a middle-aged man sitting at a table reading a book. The middle-aged man was wearing a dark gold robe embroidered with a 4-clawed golden dragon. He was the lord of the Chu royal household, the Chu king, Xiang Xiong. As for the beautiful woman, she was his first wife, the Chu queen, Fan Ji. No. Hearing Fan Ji's question, Xiang Xiong closed the book in his hands and shook his head. Something does not seem right. I asked Commander Xiao, and he went to the Imperial City at the end of September to inform the Imperial Court of the murder of His Majesty and the Khanate demon Silver-Crowned Crane of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Fan Ji said in a low voice, I've estimated. If the Imperial Court were to report to the Valley of the Medicine Masters, it would take at least a month. After all, in the Imperial Court, besides the petty consummation flying demon, the Cloud Condor, they also have a petty consummation flying demon, the Fiery Lion. Even if the Ardent Flame Master is temporarily kept in the Valley of the Medicine Masters by His Majesty, the Imperial family has also domesticated 2 level 9 flying demons. With the speed of those 2 flying demons, they can reach the Valley of the Medicine Masters in less than a month. Even if they were slower, it would take at most a month. And even if the people from the Valley of the Medicine Masters did not have other Khanate demons as mounts, they still have many great consummation demons, including many flying demons. Even if the Valley Lord of the Valley of the Medicine Masters did not do it himself, other Khanate adepts would take at most half a month to reach the Chu royal city. But now 3 months have passed, and there is still no news from that side. As she said this, Fan Ji's expression was very ugly. Princess, you still can't let it go? Seeing Fan Ji like this, how could Xiang Xiong not know what she was thinking? For a moment, he could not help but sigh. Your Highness, until now, I still dream of the Fan family begging me to avenge them. Fan Ji's eyes were full of hatred as she said in a suppressed voice, I only hate that I do not have the ability to avenge them. Otherwise, I would not need to count on the strong men of the Valley of the Medicine Masters to come and kill Zhou Donghuang to avenge the Khanate demon of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and the Emperor of Yunyang country. When Fan Ji reached the end of her sentence, her tone was so cold that it seemed to perfectly complement the cold weather, blending together perfectly. "It's all my fault for not being able to avenge you," Xiang Xiong sighed. "Your Highness, I do not blame you." Fan Ji's eyes were full of murderous intent. "Every wrong has its perpetrator now. I only hope that the strong men of the Valley of the Medicine Masters will come quickly and kill Zhou Dongwang to avenge my Fan family. Even if they did not kill Zhou Dongwang to avenge my Fan family." Now, Fan Ji was glaring fiercely, her eyes full of hatred. And almost at the same moment that Fan Ji finished speaking, bang! A loud sound suddenly rang out, startling Fan Ji so much that her body trembled involuntarily, and the book in Xiang Xiong's hand fell to the ground. In the next moment, both Fan Ji and Xiang Xiong realized that there was an additional person in the courtyard. The newcomer was dressed in a thin white robe, and his body was surrounded by a green light. When the green light expanded, it was at least a foot away from his body. Khanate stage adept. Seeing this white figure with his back to them, Xiang Xiong and Fan Ji's eyes narrowed, and Fan Ji could not help but cry out, "You are from the Valley of the Medicine Masters?" Xiang Xiong stood up, took a deep breath, and bowed respectfully to the white figure with his back to them. "I did not intend to argue with you, but since you hate me so much, I cannot let you live," said a calm voice. Hearing this, Xiang Xiong's expression changed, and his eyes narrowed. At the same time, the white figure finally turned around slowly. A handsome yet slightly childish face appeared before Xiang Xiong's eyes. The young man was dressed in a robe whiter than snow and had an extraordinary air about him. His eyelids were half-lidded, and his expression was extremely languid. Young Master Dong Huang, Xiang Xiong's face was pale, and his legs gave way as he fell to the ground in fright. We have no intention of making you our enemy." He had never imagined that in just a few months, the young man before him would enter the Khanate stage. An 18-year-old Khanate stage adept? Young Master Dong Huang? Originally, Fan Ji had not been able to react when she heard the newcomer's words, but now that she heard how Xiang Xiong addressed him, her expression changed completely. This young man in white before them was the Zhou Dongwang who had commanded the two golden-crowned eagles to destroy the entire Fan family? "You have no intention of making me your enemy?" Zhou Dongwang glanced at the two of them indifferently, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. "Then just now I was deaf?" As he finished speaking, Zhou Dongwang waved his hand in the instant that their expressions changed. Whoosh! The sword sphere transformed into a sword, and the sound of the sword was fleeting as it took the lives of Xiang Xiong and Fan Ji. 15 minutes ago, Zhou Dongwang had just entered the Khanate stage, and as he continued to use the Lord of the Four Supremes, he found that he had entered an ethereal state. In that state, his hearing had reached a terrifying level, and it could be heard all the way from Chuxiu Inn to the Chu royal household. Although the Chuxiu Inn and the Chu royal household were not far apart, it was still a few hundred meters away, and there was also a lot of noise in between. But even so, in that ethereal state, Zhou Dongwang could clearly hear everything that was going on in the Chu royal household. This included the conversation between Xiang Xiong and Fan Ji. And because of this, when he recovered from that ethereal state and could no longer hear anything outside the Chuxiu Inn, he left the room immediately, leaping onto the roofs and vaulting over the walls to leave the Chuxiu Inn and head straight for the Chu royal household. End of chapter. Chapter 139. December 25, 1229 of the Ziyun era. Zhou Dongwang had officially entered the Khanate stage and become a Khanate adept. After killing Xiang Xiong, Zhou Dongwang did not use his swiftness techniques to leave the Chu royal household. Instead, he swaggered out of the courtyard where Xiang Xiong and his wife were staying. Furthermore, he kicked the door open with one foot. "Who is it?" The faces of the servants and guards standing guard outside the courtyard changed, but when they saw the young man walking out emitting a foot-long green light, they shut their mouths tightly, their eyes filled with fear. Emitting a foot-long chi was the hallmark of an early Khanate adept. This young man dressed in white was a Khanate adept? Zhou Donghuang glanced at the servants and guards, then turned and walked towards the main gate of the Chu royal household, controlling the release of qi in his body as he walked. He was adapting to the early Khanate stage. Although he had experienced this cultivation realm in his previous life, this cultivation realm was unfamiliar to his body in this life. He needed some time to get used to it. Maintaining the release of qi would allow him to adapt more quickly. Therefore, when Zhou Donghuang walked out of the main gate of the Chu royal household, most people in the Chu royal household already knew that their master, the Chu king, Xiang Xiong, had been killed by a Khanate adept. The Chu king's wife, Fan Ji, had been killed together with him. About half an hour later, in the main hall of the Chu royal household, I just returned from Chuxiu Inn. The innkeeper of Chuxiu Inn saw Zhou Donghuang return to Chuxiu Inn, his body emitting a foot-long green light. The second elder of the Chu royal household, Xiang Donghua, had a solemn expression. It can be confirmed that the young man who killed the king and his wife and swaggered out of the Chu royal household is Zhou Donghuang. He has already entered the Khanate stage? The expression of Xue Meng, the commander of the Chu royal city guards, changed drastically. He seems to be only 18 years old? An 18-year-old Khanate adept? Now it seems that as long as the adepts of the Valley of the Medicine Masters do not appear, no one in the 16 countries of the East Valley will be able to deal with him. Commander Xue, you seem to have reported to the Imperial Court 2 months ago that His Majesty and the Khanate demon from the Valley of the Medicine Masters had been killed by Zhou Donghuang? Looking at the time, the people sent by the Valley of the Medicine Masters should have arrived long ago. Why haven't they arrived yet? The people from the Valley of the Medicine Masters will come sooner or later. They may not care about the death of our king, but they cannot possibly not care about the death of that silver-crowned crane. I think so too. That silver-crowned crane is not only the only Khanate stage demon in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, but it has also been the Valley Head's mount for many years. Although the Chu royal household had deliberately concealed the fact that the Chu king, Xiang Xiong, and the Chu royal consort, Fan Ji, had been killed, but too many people knew about it, so the news spread quickly. Immediately, the entire Chu royal city was in an uproar. Both His Highness and His Highness died at the hands of Zhou Donghuang? Oh my God! That youth, isn't he worried that the Imperial Court of Yunyang Country will punish him? The Imperial Court of Yunyang Country? The last time, the great consummation adepts sent by the Imperial Court of Yunyang had all been killed by him? Would he be afraid of the Imperial Court? No wonder everyone says he can take on an entire country by himself. The Imperial Court has not made a move yet, so they must be very wary of him. In the bordering regions of the 16 countries of the East Valley, if the Valley of the Medicine Masters does not act, I'm afraid no one can deal with him. I heard that after his murder today, when he left the Chu royal household, he was surrounded by a foot of qi. He has obviously entered the Khanate stage. The Khanate stage? A youth like him has entered the Khanate stage? A youth at the Khanate stage, this is unbelievable. A youth at the Khanate stage, not just in the country of Yunyang, but even in the bordering regions of the 16 countries of the East Valley, including the Valley of the Medicine Masters, there had never been such a person. The youth's achievements in the bordering regions of the 16 countries of the East Valley could be said to be unprecedented. The Tang family household. When the patriarch of the Tycoon Tang family, Tang Liunian, heard that the youth had entered the Khanate stage, the first thing he wanted to do was visit to congratulate him, but on second thought, he smiled bitterly and dismissed the idea. The Imperial Court of Yunyang Country must not have the confidence to deal with him, and that is why they have not sent anyone, but, as the saying goes, The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. The masters of the Valley of the Medicine Masters will probably come to deal with him soon. Tang Liunian sighed. Back then, when the retired emperor of the imperial court of Yunyang had died at the hands of Zhou Donghuang, this matter had been kept under tight wraps. Even the people of the tycoon families of the Chu royal city did not know about it. They only thought that the imperial court of Yunyang had only sent a great consummation adept of the Qi gathering and a petty consummation flying demon, and that they had died at the hands of the youth. Now, I can only hope that the masters of the Valley of the Medicine Masters will be more willing to accept him into the Valley of the Medicine Masters and not kill him, otherwise, the heavens will really be jealous of him. Because he had considered the possibility that the Valley of the Medicine Masters would deal with the youth, Tang Liunian had dismissed the idea of congratulating the youth. Today, he congratulated the youth. The Chu royal household would not dare to touch him, the imperial court of Yunyang country would not dare to touch him, but what if the masters of the Valley of the Medicine Masters arrived and killed the youth? After the youth died, the imperial court of Yunyang country would not bother to touch him, but the Chu royal household would definitely not let him off. As the patriarch of the Tycoon Tang family, Tang Liunian thought very far ahead. Yang family mansion. Yang Yunji, the patriarch of the Grand Yang family, knew that the youth had entered the Khanate stage and become a Khanate adept, and his expression was naturally very ugly. I can only hope that when the masters of the Valley of the Medicine Masters arrive, they will kill him directly, and not take him in because of his talent. Yang Yunji prayed silently, his eyes filled with a murderous look. Sure family mansion. The imperial court of Yunyang country has not sent anyone over for a long time, and there has been no movement from the Valley of the Medicine Masters either. Looks like the imperial court of Yunyang country does not intend to share with the Valley of the Medicine Masters the fact that Zhou Donghuang obtained the legacy of the primal core adept. Shiryu, the first young master of the Tycoon Shir family, had a glint in his eyes. Otherwise, with the temptation of the legacy left behind by the primal core adept, the Valley of the Medicine Masters would definitely have made a move. The imperial court of Yunyang country must have hidden it from the Valley of the Medicine Masters because they want to keep the legacy of the primal core adept for themselves. Thinking of this, Shiryu immediately left the Shir family mansion and headed for the Lu family mansion. The Lu family was one of the top 3 tycoon families in the Chu royal city, and they usually only had some business dealings with the Shir family, with no other entanglement. However, when Shiryu went to the Lu family this time, he went directly to the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Yuanshan. Nephew Shiryu, you asked a disciple of the Lu family to inform me that you have a way to establish a relationship between the Lu family and the Valley of the Medicine Masters? Is this true? Lu Yuanshan was a middle-aged man dressed in a long gray robe. He was thin, and half of his hair had already turned white. He looked at Shiryu with a serious expression. Patriarch Lu, how would I dare to lie in front of you? Shiryu smiled faintly and said, I came here this time to give an opportunity to your Lu family. I would like to hear the details. Lu Yuanshan looked at Shiryu with a piercing gaze. He did not think that a disciple of the inferior Tycoon Shir family would dare to make fun of him, the patriarch of the elite Tycoon Lu family. Shiryu took a deep breath and immediately revealed everything he knew about Zhou Donghuang. Now, both the Chu royal family and the imperial court already know that Zhou Donghuang has obtained the primal core adept's legacy. However, the imperial court obviously does not want to inform the Valley of the Medicine Masters of this matter. Otherwise, even if the imperial court does not dare to send anyone to deal with Zhou Donghuang, the Valley of the Medicine Masters would not have remained silent until now. Therefore, I conclude that the imperial court definitely did not inform the Valley of the Medicine Masters of this matter. As Shiryu spoke to this point, Lu Yuanshan could not help but gasp. I really did not expect that Zhou Donghuang was born and raised in an inferior prefecture. I knew it, in the country of Yunyang, how could there be such a monster like him, an 18-year-old Khanate adept? So it turns out that he obtained the legacy of the primal core adept. No wonder. At this point, Lu Yuanshan looked deeply at Shiryu. So you, Shiryu, want the Lu family to inform the Valley of the Medicine Masters of this matter? Why don't you go yourself? Lu Yuanshan asked. Patriarch Lu, you must be worried that the information is wrong and the Valley of the Medicine Masters will punish you? Sure, you seemed to read Lu Yuanshan's mind at a glance and smiled faintly. How about this, I will go with you. The reason why I came to you is that your Lu family has a level 7 flying demon, the white-headed vulture. Of course, if you are not willing to go, I can go to the Ouyang family. As far as I know, the Ouyang family also has a level 7 flying demon. Shiryu's smile remained, as if he was certain that Lu Yuanshan would agree. The Chu royal family has a level 8 flying demon. Why don't you go to the Chu royal family? Lu Yuanshan asked again. Patriarch Lu, if the Chu royal family had such intentions, they would have gone to the Valley of the Medicine Masters themselves long ago. After all, the Chu royal family already knew that Zhou Donghuang had obtained the legacy of the primal core adept. Shiryu shook his head. If I went to the Chu royal family, it would be useless. In that case, why should I go to the Valley of the Medicine Masters? Patriarch Lu, come with me to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. When the Valley of the Medicine Masters has obtained the primal core adept's legacy, they will not treat you badly. Shiryu continued, if you are really not interested, I will go to the Ouyang family now. Lu Yuanshan's expression fluctuated, but in the end, he still agreed. Good. I will go with you. About a quarter of an hour later, a completely black vulture with white feathers around its bald head rose into the air from the Lu family mansion and flew out of the Chu royal city. This vulture was the Lu family's level 7 flying demon, the white-headed vulture. At this moment, on the back of the white-headed vulture stood Shiryu and Lu Yuanshan. End of this chapter. Chapter 140. Big Brother, you've attained the Khanate stage? As the news that Zhou Donghuang had attained the Khanate stage spread throughout the Chu royal city, Yun Lu, who was in the third guest room of Chuxiu Inn, heard the whispers of the servant girls, and immediately ran to the second guest room to look for Zhou Donghuang. When Yun Lu arrived, the youth was sitting at the stone table drinking tea and basking in the sun. The green light surrounding his body had disappeared into his body not long ago. Wow! Big Brother is so powerful, an 18-year-old Khanate stage adept. I heard that in the history of the 16 countries of the East Valley, there has never been such a powerful person. Yun Lu jumped into the youth's arms and looked at him with admiration. She muttered, I wonder when I will be able to attain the Khanate stage like Big Brother. Silly girl, with your talent, you will definitely be the first to attain the Khanate stage, apart from Big Gold and Big Gold. Zhou Donghuang patted the girl's head and smiled dotingly. Really? Yun Lu asked, her large, watery eyes looking at him, as if to confirm what the youth had said. Of course. Zhou Donghuang nodded confidently. He had seen Yun Lu's improvement in this period of time. Yun Lu's current level of practice was almost on par with Lu Qinghu and Freezing Wind, who had the highest level of practice among the people around him. With Yun Lu's talent in martial arts, she would definitely be the first among the people around him to step into the innate realm and become a cultivator of the innate realm. When I attain the Khanate stage, I will no longer be a burden to Big Brother, then, I can go to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to find Big Brother. Yun Lu's sparkling eyes were filled with yearning. Burden? Zhou Donghuang frowned. Xiao Lu, who said you were a burden to Big Brother? Big Brother, I let it slip. Mother said I can't tell Big Brother like that. Yun Lu giggled. Big Brother, you can't betray me. Mother said that. Zhou Donghuang's frown deepened. Xiao Lu, what's going on? Big brother, Mother said that if we follow you to the Valley of the Medicine Masters, we will definitely be a burden to you. Also, she said that she likes Qingshan Town more, so she plans to leave the Chu royal household and return to Qingshan Town in Yunfeng Prefecture when you go to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Yunlu blinked her big eyes and said. Hearing Yunlu's words, Zhou Dongwang shook his head and sighed. How can Mother think that way? You will never be a burden. After hearing from Yunlu that Lin Lan was returning to Qingshan Town, Zhou Dongwang specially went to find Lin Lan and persuaded her to follow him to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Mother, you will not be a burden to me. Moreover, in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, I can take better care of you. Dongwang, Mother has already made up her mind. You don't have to persuade her anymore. Lin Lan said with a smile, do what you want to do. In the future, if you have time, come back to Qingshan Town often to visit me. Mother will also cultivate diligently, and strive to live to see you marry and have children, and have many children and grandchildren. As she said this, Lin Lan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhou Dongwang tried to persuade her for a while, but Lin Lan still did not budge. Finally, Zhou Dongwang could only give up. Mother, since you have really made up your mind, then I will not try to persuade you any further. Tomorrow, I will personally send you back to Qingshan Town, and then accompany you for a while before going to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Fortunately, the golden-crowned eagle Little Gold had now attained great consummation of the Qi gathering and had grown in size. Otherwise, the two golden-crowned eagles would not have been able to carry Zhou Dongwang and the others away from the Chu royal city and back to Qingshan Town in Yunfeng Prefecture. Sister Zishi, Auntie Mei, don't be afraid. Even if you really fall, Little Gold will save you. On Little Gold's back, Yunlu sat cross-legged on Lin Lan's lap and smiled at Yang Zishi and her servant, who had their eyes closed. However, this was the first time that Yang Zishi and her servant had ridden on a golden-crowned eagle, and they did not dare to open their eyes for a long time. Only after a long time did Yang Zishi muster the courage to open her eyes and take in the surroundings. The few of you really do not intend to go to the Valley of the Medicine Masters with me? Zhou Dongwang asked calmly as he stood beside Lin Lan and looked at Fu, Freezing Wind, Lu Qinghu, Zhou Han, and Zhou Feng. Young master, since Madame has decided to return to Qingshan Town, I am also preparing to return to the Lu family. If Madame wishes to continue running the Magnolia Guild, the Lu family will be her greatest support, Lu Qinghu said with a smile, and his expression became more serious and solemn. Young master, if Fu follows you now, he will only be a burden to you. Moreover, Qingshan Town is Fu's hometown, and if Madame wishes to return, Fu wishes to go with her. Fu said, Young master, Zhou Han, Zhou Feng, and I will protect Madame and young mistress. You will not have to worry about anything when you go to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Freezing Wind said. Zhou Dongwang nodded. To him, if all these people were by his side, he would indeed be unable to move around freely. Now that they were willing to stay, he did not try to persuade them otherwise. Of course, this did not mean that Zhou Dongwang intended to give up on them. On the contrary, Zhou Dongwang decided to nurture each and every one of them. This way, when he ascended to the divine realm, he would be able to leave behind a group of trusted aides that belonged solely to him in the secular universe to protect his mother Lin Lan, his sister Yunlu, and everyone else he cared about. The experience of his past life had taught him the importance of this. In the history of this secular universe, there had been many cases of strong practitioners who, after ascending to the divine realm, did not make arrangements for their friends and family in the secular universe, and their family and friends were sought after by their enemies. For some strong practitioners, after ascending to the divine realm, not only did their friends and family meet with misfortune, but even the sects and families that they had been in were also destroyed. Walking in this mundane universe, anything that he cared about was a weakness, unless he was an itinerant cultivator like in his previous life. At the same time, walking in this secular universe, it was inevitable that he would make enemies with some people and some forces. This was unavoidable, and it was not always possible to eliminate the root of the problem perfectly. Therefore, it was necessary to nurture a group of trusted aides that belonged solely to him. It's good that they are staying in Yunyang country in the future. As long as I have practice resources, I can send them back to them. This way, their growth will not be slow. Zhou Dongwang made up his mind in an instant. The two great consummation golden-crowned eagles flew back to Qingshan town in Yunfeng Prefecture in just a few days, even without using their qi and relying on their own flying speed. They arrived at Qingshan town on the 31st of December, the last day of year 1229 of the Ziyun era. Business at Yunxian restaurant was still booming. After Zhou Dongwang and the others had their meal in the heavenly dining booth of Yunxian restaurant, they returned to the courtyard behind Yunxian restaurant. Although it had been vacant for a long time, the chief steward of Yunxian restaurant, Lu Qing, a collateral descendant of the Lu family, was very meticulous as a woman and often arranged for the cleaning to be done. Therefore, the place was kept clean, and Zhou Dongwang and the others could move in immediately when they returned. This Lu Qing of the Lu family is not bad. Zhou Dongwang was not stingy with his praise for what Lu Qing had done in front of Lu Qinghu. When I return to the Lu family, I will definitely reward her and her family handsomely. Lu Qinghu nodded in response. When do you intend to return to the Lu family? Zhou Dongwang asked. Qinghu wants to stay by your side before you leave, young master, and listen to your teachings. Lu Qinghu said seriously. Listening to my teachings is a pretense, your real intention is for me to assist you in your practice, right? Zhou Dongwang looked deeply at Lu Qinghu, revealing his thoughts in one sentence, causing Lu Qinghu to laugh awkwardly. The main thing is that mysterious golden light that you have created can increase the speed of my practice by more than 10 times. Although Lu Qinghu had been enjoying the Buddha's light that extended from the Buddhist essence to assist in his practice, he did not know that it was the Buddha's light from the Buddhist essence. He only knew that under the cover of the golden light, the speed of his practice had increased by more than 10 times. This was also the main reason why he could not bear to leave Zhou Dongwang before Zhou Dongwang left Qingshan town for the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Over the next few days, Zhou Dongwang constantly maintained the power of the Buddhist essence in his body, transforming it into a Buddha's light to assist Lu Qinghu and the others in their practice. As for him, he stayed by Lin Lan's side and chatted with her, starting from when they were young and talking about what had happened later. However, every time he mentioned Chen Dandan, Lin Lan's voice would stop abruptly. Chen Dandan. Zhou Dongwang's eyes flashed coldly. He knew that Chen Dandan was most likely in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and as long as he went there, he would be able to see Chen Dandan again. Chen Dandan, right now, perhaps you are still gloating over the fact that your biological father is the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, right? Don't worry, very soon, I will go to the Valley of the Medicine Masters and drag you from heaven to hell. At this thought, a murderous glint flashed across Zhou Donghuang's eyes. Following that, because Lin Lan mentioned Granny Lian many times, Zhou Dongwang specially drove Big Gold to the capital city of Yunfeng Prefecture to bring Granny Lian back to Qingshan town. At the same time, he wrote down a number of prescriptions for Lin Lan. Mother, among these prescriptions there are the prescriptions for the qi-gathering elixir that you are currently using, as well as other elixirs and potions. Among them, there are some of the more precious herbs that Yunfeng Prefecture does not have. When I go to the Valley of the Medicine Masters, I will make a trip to the Chu royal household to get them to collect and send them to you. Seeing that Zhou Dongwang had given her the prescriptions, Lin Lan knew that her son was about to leave. Dongwang, when do you plan to leave? Lin Lan asked reluctantly. In another 2 days. Zhou Dongwang smiled. Mother, I will come back to see you when I have time. Big Gold will soon be able to attain the Khanate stage, and when it becomes a Khanate demon, it will only take a few days to travel from the Valley of the Medicine Masters to Qingshan Town. End of this chapter. Chapter 141. Parting always makes people sad. Therefore, when Zhou Dongwang left this time, he only told his mother, Lin Lan, and let Lin Lan pass the message on to the others. On the morning of the 8th day of the first month, 1230 of the Ziyun era, Zhou Dongwang rode on the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold. One man and one eagle left Qingshan Town and headed for the Valley of the Medicine Masters. As for the golden-crowned eagle, Little Gold, he was ordered by Zhou Dongwang to stay in Qingshan Town to protect his mother, Lin Lan, and his sister, Yun Lu, and the others. Little Gold, keep a close eye on them. If anything happens to my mother and Xiao Lu, I will hold you accountable. Little Gold was naturally very unwilling to stay in Qingshan Town. After all, if it left the youth, it would no longer be able to enjoy the Buddhist light of the Buddhist essence, and its cultivation speed would also slow down. However, in the end, it had no choice but to submit to the young man's tyranny and stay obediently. Moreover, the young man also told it, once his big brother entered the Khanate state and became a Khanate demon, he would order his big brother to go back to Qingshan Town and take over his shift. He would then send his big brother to the Valley of Medicine Masters to practice by his side. A few days later, Zhou Dongwang and Big Gold once again returned to the Chu royal city and appeared directly above the Chu royal household. Whoosh! Crash! When Big Gold landed in the Chu royal household with Zhou Dongwang on its back, it naturally caused quite a commotion. The guards who had heard the commotion quickly retreated, not daring to approach. A golden-crowned eagle! The youth in white behind the golden-crowned eagle, could he be that young Khanate master? In our country of Yunyang, besides him, no one else has a golden-crowned eagle as a mount. As the guards whispered among themselves, the second elder of the Chu royal family, Xiang Donghua, appeared with a few other elders of the Chu royal family, bowing respectfully to the youth. Greetings, young Master Dongwang. At this moment, the group of guards watching from afar, upon hearing the words of the second elder of the Chu royal household, confirmed the identity of the youth. It was the young Khanate stage expert, Zhou Dongwang. As the Ziyun era entered the year 1230, Zhou Dongwang could be considered to have crossed the threshold of 19 years old. However, his face still carried a hint of childishness, to the extent that when others saw him, they would still subconsciously think that he was just a teenager. Strictly speaking, in the Ziyun planet, anyone who had reached the age of 18 was considered a youth. Who is in charge of the Chu royal family now? Zhou Dong stood on the back of the golden-crowned eagle, his hands clasped behind his back, as he looked down at Xiang Donghua and the other elders of the Chu royal household. Reporting to young Master Dongwang, head elder and I are currently in charge. Xiang Donghua replied respectfully. Although the young man before them had killed the king and princess of the Chu royal family, he was a Khanate stage adept, which meant that the Chu royal family could only suffer in silence. Send people from the Chu royal household to search for the herbs on this piece of paper. No matter how many you find, send them to Qingshan Town in Yunfeng Prefecture and hand them over to my mother. Zhou Dongwang raised his hand, and a piece of paper floated out and flew towards Xiang Donghua. Understood. Xiang Donghua took the paper, and without even looking at it, he respectfully responded. This is a second-grade offensive technique. Consider it a token of appreciation for the Chu royal family's hard work in the future. When I return to Qingshan Town, if I find that you are efficient, I will give you another second-grade swiftness technique. Zhou Dongwang raised his hand again, and another piece of paper filled with words flew out towards Xiang Donghua. This time, after hearing Zhou Dongwang's words, Xiang Donghua's eyes narrowed, and his face turned red as he hurriedly reached out to catch the piece of paper that Zhou Donghuang had thrown over. As the second elder of the Chu royal household, Xiang Donghua was a petty consummation adept of the Qi gathering, and with just one look, he could tell that the piece of paper in his hand contained a second-grade technique. Before this, the Chu royal household had only had a few third-grade techniques, and no second-grade techniques at all. Second-grade techniques, even in the imperial court of Yunyang, were extremely rare, so much so that the imperial court of Yunyang was unwilling to share them with the various royal households. Big Gold, let's go! As Xiang Donghua and the elders of the Chu royal household looked excited, Zhou Donghuang called out to Big Gold, and it spread its wings and transformed into a bolt of black lightning that shot into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Even if Zhou Donghuang did not give the Chu royal household any benefits, he was not worried that they would not help him. However, if the Chu royal household were to help him because of his threat, they would definitely not be very efficient. But now, he had given the Chu royal household a second-grade offensive technique, and had even promised that if they were efficient, he would give them another second-grade swiftness technique. Under such circumstances, the Chu royal household would definitely do their best to help him, and they would be as efficient as possible. Whoosh! After Zhou Donghuang left the Chu royal city on the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold, he headed in the direction of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Before leaving the Chu royal household, he had already obtained a map of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and he had shown it to Big Gold before setting off this time. Therefore, Big Gold now knew the way from the Chu royal city to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Although Big Gold had not yet attained the Khanate stage and become a Khanate demon, in terms of speed, few great consummation flying demons could match its speed. In less than 10 days, Big Gold had already left the borders of Yunyang country. And during this time, Zhou Donghuang had been sitting cross-legged on its back practicing, allowing the strong wind to blow against him, but it did not affect him in the slightest. The Valley of the Medicine Masters was located in the southwest of Yunyang country, and it was still some distance from Yunyang country. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Young master, we've arrived. From the Chu royal city of the western ridge of the Chu king in Yunyang country, Big Gold had spent 10 days to reach the skies above the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and had informed Zhou Donghuang at the same time. We've arrived. Zhou Donghuang woke up from his practice, opened his eyes, and looked in front of him. With just one glance, he could see the vast valley in front of him. Within the valley, he could vaguely see a forest of buildings, and in addition, there were several roads that passed in front of those buildings, leading out of the valley. The environment of the Valley of the Medicine Masters is not bad. In the valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located, apart from the forest of buildings, it still maintained the original appearance of the forest. Everywhere was green, and looking from afar, it was relaxing. Young master, shall we go in directly? In the blink of an eye, Big Gold had carried Zhou Donghuang to the outer skies of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and as it flew in circles, it asked Zhou Donghuang. Directly in, Zhou Donghuang said lightly. The master of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the valley head Su Mo, had now acknowledged him as his master, and was willing to be his dog. Now that he had come to his dog's territory, did he still need to go to the mountain gate of the Valley of the Medicine Masters to let someone in to inform him? Yes. Big Gold responded, and with a flap of its wings, it seemed to transform into a bolt of black lightning, piercing through the air into the valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located, and in the blink of an eye, it was in the skies above the valley. Young master, how do we find the valley head? Big Gold asked Zhou Donghuang as it flew in circles above the valley. Wait a moment, he will naturally come, Zhou Donghuang said lightly. From his words, it was as if he was certain that the valley head Su Mo would personally come to welcome him. As he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang, who had been sitting cross-legged on Big Gold's back, closed his eyes to rest. In each of the directions of the valley, where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located, there was a lookout tower, and there were usually elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters riding on great consummation flying demons on duty there. When they were on duty, their main duty was to act as the eyes of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, keeping watch in all directions. In the sky above the Valley of the Medicine Masters, a flying demon beast suddenly appeared, and one of the elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters was the first to notice it. It looks like an eagle-type demon beast. It looks like the one riding it here is the esteemed guest that the Valley Lord spoke about previously. Some time ago, the Valley head, Su-Mo, had returned from outside and immediately summoned a group of elders on duty at the observation towers, instructing them to keep an eye on the skies above the valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located for a period of time. If someone rode an eagle demon into the valley, they were not to offend the intruder, and had to inform him immediately. He said that the intruder was his esteemed guest, and that he would personally receive him. As he muttered to himself, the valley elder leapt onto the back of a huge gray eagle, and steered the eagle into a streak of gray light, flying towards one side of the valley. This gray eagle was one of the great consummation flying demons reared by the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the thunder-feathered eagle. Most of the great consummation flying demons reared by the Valley of the Medicine Masters were flying demons. And this was all thanks to the Valley of the Medicine Masters' connate demon, the silver-crowned crane. As a connate stage flying demon, the silver-crowned crane could easily kill great consummation flying demons and steal their eggs. Those eggs eventually became the property of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Valley head. As the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters rode the thunder-feathered eagle to the residence of Su-Mo, the valley head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, he reported to Su-Mo that someone had arrived on an eagle-type demon beast. Su-Mo hurriedly leapt onto the back of the thunder-feathered eagle and steered it into the air. What esteemed guest is it to make the valley head rush to receive him? The valley elder looked at the thunder-feathered eagle, which had become a small black dot in the blink of an eye, and his face was full of shock. Even when the leader of the Guiyuan sect came last time, the valley head did not lose his composure like this. The Guiyuan sect was a sect comparable in power to the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and its leader was also a late connate stage adept. The Valley of the Medicine Masters ruled over a large area around the 16 countries of the East Valley, and the Guiyuan sect ruled over a large area around the 14 countries of the southern border. Su-Mo greets Master. In just a quarter of an hour, Zhou Donghuang, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the golden-crowned eagle, saw the valley head, Su-Mo, arrive. When Su-Mo saw the youth again, he knelt respectfully on the back of the thunder-feathered eagle, his demeanor humble and docile, like a cat. Fortunately, the thunder-feathered eagle had not yet awakened its intelligence. Otherwise, seeing the valley head kneeling in front of a youth, it would have been so frightened that it forgot to flap its wings and fell from the sky. End of this chapter. Chapter 142. Ever since his last serious injury, when he returned to the Valley of the Medicine Masters, it was not that Su-Mo had not considered pretending to obey, gambling that the youth might not be able to display the power of the connate stage to crush him again. But every night, the scene of the youth crushing him would appear again and again. Every time he was on the brink of death, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. In the end, Su-Mo no longer dared to entertain any hopes of getting lucky. Acknowledging the youth as his master, although humiliating, would at least allow him to live. He had practiced for more than 60 years and entered the late connate stage. With his martial talent, he still had a chance to reach the primal core stage before his lifespan came to an end. Once he entered the primal core stage, his lifespan would break through and he would be able to live for 300 years. If he could not enter the primal core stage, he would live for 100 years at most. But once he entered the primal core stage, He could live for another 200 years. He was not willing to die for the sake of his dignity. Zhou Donghuang lazily opened his eyes and glanced at Su Mo, the valley head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, who was respectfully kneeling on the back of the thunder-feathered eagle, and replied calmly, "Get up." Only when the youth spoke did Su Mo dare to stand up and say respectfully, "Master, you must be tired from the journey. Shall I arrange a place for you to rest?" Zhou Donghuang nodded. "Arrange a quiet place for me." In a moment, Su Mo led the way on the thunder-feathered eagle, bringing Zhou Donghuang and the golden-crowned eagle in the direction of his residence. Finally, they landed halfway up the mountain, in front of a cave with a small path that led to the main roads of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. However, far away from the cave, at the two corners of the path, there were two huge stone tablets, on which the words "Forbidden Grounds" were carved. The words "Forbidden Grounds" were carved with red ink, making it very conspicuous. "Master, this is the training ground of my master, the previous head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. It is a completely different world inside, incomparably quiet. Go in and take a look. If you are satisfied, you can stay here. If you are not satisfied, I will give you my residence at the foot of the mountain," Su Mo said respectfully. The entrance of the cave was very large, more than 10 meters high and 5 or 6 meters wide. Even if Big Gold entered the Khanate stage, he would still be able to come and go as he pleased. "Master, please." After Su Mo leaped off the back of the thunder-feathered eagle and landed, he led the way in front. Zhou Donghuang also landed and followed behind him into the cave. The thunder-feathered eagle obediently waited outside while Big Gold followed them in. After entering the cave, they could see a faint white light in the depths of the cave. After walking for 10 meters, the white light became brighter and brighter. At the same time, they arrived at a corner. After turning the corner, they entered an incomparably large cave. This cave was extremely spacious. It was more than 50 meters long, no less than 40 meters wide, and 20 meters high. It was as if the belly of the mountain had been hollowed out. Seeing this, Zhou Donghuang's heart skipped a beat. With such a large cave, even if Big Gold reaches the ultimate Khanate stage, it can still spread its wings freely here. Inside the cave, there were artificial green plants all around, and there was no lack of plants that could be used as medicinal herbs, emitting a fragrant aroma. In addition, at one side of the cave there was a small waterfall. Water overflowed from the corner of one side of the cave and flowed down at a steady pace, nourishing the plants around the cave. In the cave, there was a standalone wooden hut. The furnishings inside were simple, and besides a wooden bed and a wooden table, there was nothing else. "Master, what do you think?" Su Mo looked at the youth and asked uneasily. "Yes." Seeing the youth nod, Su Mo heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he took out a token that he had prepared earlier and handed it to the youth. "Master, this is the Medicine Master token. Seeing the token is like seeing me. With this Medicine Master token, it will be more convenient for you in the Valley of the Medicine Masters in the future." There was only one Medicine Master token in the entire Valley of the Medicine Masters, and it was usually in the hands of the successive Valley heads. When the Valley head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters handed the Medicine Master token to someone, it also meant that that person had the same level of authority as the Valley head. Zhou Donghuang took the token and stuffed it into his pocket. He did not even look at this token that symbolized the highest level of authority in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. "Master, when it's mealtime, I will arrange for someone to deliver your meal to you," Su Mo continued. Zhou Donghuang nodded again. "In that case, I will not disturb Master's rest." As Su Mo bowed and retreated, he added, "Master, I live at the foot of the mountain below this cave. If you need anything, you can look for me at any time." "Wait." Just as Su Mo was about to leave, Zhou Donghuang called out to him. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and threw it at him from afar. The light piece of paper floated in the air, as if it had a life of its own, and it slowly landed in Sumo's hands. I have an urgent need for the herbs written on it. Gather them and send them over as soon as possible, Zhou Dongwang said. Yes, master. As he replied respectfully, Su Mo subconsciously glanced at the large pile of herbs recorded on the paper. And it was this one glance that made him completely stunned. Master, you are planning to formulate Khanate elixir? As the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Su Mo was not only skilled in martial arts, but he was also very skilled in medicine. Su Mo was a true Earth-level medicine master. As an Earth-level medicine master, Su Mo could formulate a qi-gathering elixir that doubled the sensitivity to qi, which was twice as good as the superior-level medicine master of the Imperial Court of Yunyang, who could formulate a qi-gathering elixir that doubled the sensitivity to qi. Khanate elixir was as important to Khanate adepts as qi-gathering elixir was to qi-gathering adept. Of course, no matter how good the qi-gathering elixir was, it was almost useless to Khanate adepts, because the qi-gathering elixir was only a supplementary medicine for qi-gathering adepts. Once one entered the Khanate stage, the method of practice changed, and the sensitivity to qi was almost at its peak. No matter how many qi-gathering elixirs one consumed, the sensitivity to qi would not increase. Zhou Dongwang nodded lightly. I have just entered the Khanate stage, and do not have any Khanate elixir on hand. I am preparing to make some. Master, if these are all the herbs needed to make Khanate elixir, then I am afraid there is something wrong with your formula. Su Mo glanced at the herbs written on the paper again, frowning slightly. There is nothing wrong, Zhou Dongwang said lightly. Master, many of the herbs you have written here have conflicting medicinal properties. If you mix them together, I am afraid it will cause considerable harm to the body. Su Mo's frown deepened. As the head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, don't you know that, as long as the balance of conflicting medicinal properties is well controlled, not only will it not harm the body, but it can even have a miraculous effect? Zhou Dongwang glanced at Su Mo casually. Hearing Zhou Dongwang's words, Su Mo was stunned at first, and then he could not help but gasp. Master, you mean you can control the balance of them? As far as he knew, to control the balance of conflicting medicinal properties, not to mention the balance of multiple conflicting medicinal properties, even the balance of two conflicting medicinal properties could only be achieved by a heaven-level medicine master. Zhou Dongwang replied once again and said somewhat impatiently, All right, you can go now, prepare those herbs for me as soon as possible, I have an urgent need for them. Ever since he had entered the Khanate stage, Zhou Dongwang had wanted to make Khanate elixir to aid in his practice. However, in the country of Yunyang, it was very difficult to gather the herbs needed to make the Khanate elixir, so it had been delayed until now. In fact, the reason he had thought of coming to the Valley of Medicine Masters was that the Valley of Medicine Masters could provide him with the herbs needed to make the Khanate elixir, and at the same time, he wanted to further understand the situation on Ziyun planet. In his previous life, after he had attained the primal core stage and left Earth, although he had returned to Ziyun planet, he had not gone anywhere else but to Yunyang country. He only knew that Yunyang country was one of the 16 countries of the East Valley, and that the area surrounding the 16 countries of the East Valley was the territory of a sect called the Valley of Medicine Masters. He knew nothing else about the situation on Ziyun planet. Yes. Seeing that the youth was getting impatient, Su Mo hurriedly acknowledged and retreated, but his heart was still filled with shock. If he can really control the balance of the conflicting medicinal properties of those herbs, the Khanate elixir he makes can retain at least 30% of qi. Qi-gathering adepts relied on the qi-gathering elixir to practice and increase their sensitivity to qi, thereby increasing the speed of practice. Khanate stage adepts, on the other hand, did not need to use the qi-gathering elixir because their sensitivity to qi had reached its upper limit. However, Khanate stage adepts, although their sensitivity to qi had reached its upper limit and they could absorb as much spirit as possible and convert it into qi for practice, it was difficult to retain even 10% of the converted qi. Once they used the Khanate elixir, they could increase the retention of qi. Originally, it was difficult to retain even 10%, but with the power of the Khanate elixir, they could retain an additional 10% or even 20% of qi. For example, as an Earth-level medicine master, the Khanate elixir formulated by Su Mo could increase the retention of qi to 15%. This was already a very high retention rate. After Su Mo left, Zhou Donghuang returned to the wooden hut and prepared to practice. The furnishings in the wooden hut had obviously been cleaned every once in a while. Although there was some dust, it was not much. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed, Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself, "If I only rely on the Lord of the Four Supremes to practice, I can only retain 50% of the qi converted from spirit, and once I formulate the Khanate elixir, I can increase the retention of qi by 40%, allowing me to retain 90% of qi during practice." As he thought of this, Zhou Donghuang's eyes shone with anticipation. However, I never thought that the Khanate portion of the Lord of the Four Supremes would be so powerful, directly retaining 50% of qi. Even top-notch techniques, such as the Thousand-Star Sword technique, the Fiery Thunder Training Regimen, and the Manual of Unruffled Sage, can only retain 40% of qi at the Khanate stage. I've heard of techniques that can retain 50% of qi at the Khanate stage in my previous life, but they usually only exist in legends. I never thought that such a legendary technique could be found on Earth. Chapter 143. It had to be said that Su Mo was very efficient. The next day, he had brought all the herbs that Zhou Donghuang needed to Zhou Donghuang, as well as the tools that Zhou Donghuang needed to formulate the elixir. Not bad. Seeing Su Missouri place the herbs and tools on the table, Zhou Donghuang nodded in satisfaction and immediately got off the bed to come to the table. "Master, are you starting to formulate the Khanate elixir?" Seeing Zhou Donghuang pick up the tools and weigh them, then look at the pile of herbs, Su Mo's eyes could not help but light up, but then they dimmed and he turned to leave. "Master, I'll excuse myself." "Who said you could excuse yourself?" Zhou Donghuang said lightly. Hearing the youth's words, Su Mo stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at the youth. "Master, you mean I can observe you formulate the elixir?" As he spoke, Su Mo's eyes shone brightly, full of anticipation. It must be known that most medicine masters, including himself, would not allow anyone to observe unless the person present was their own direct disciple. First, they were afraid that someone would steal the formula, and second, they were afraid that someone would steal the special technique. Zhou Donghuang responded lightly and then ignored Su Mo. He picked up the herbs and tools and began to formulate the Khanate elixir he needed. At first, Su Mo thought that the youth's movements were ordinary. But as time passed, he realized that the youth's speed was as fast as lightning, and even his hands seemed to become a blur, dazzling a late Khanate adept like him. If it had been any other youth who said that he could produce Khanate elixir, Su Mo would not have believed it. But the youth before him could not be compared to any other youth. Which youth had the ability to suppress a late Khanate adept like him and force him to acknowledge him as his master. Because of this, when the youth said that he wanted to formulate the Khanate elixir, he did not doubt that the youth could produce it, but was shocked by the herbs that the youth wanted him to gather. Many of the herbs had conflicting properties, and even an ordinary heaven-level medicine master would find it difficult to maintain a balance between them in the process of formulating the same medicine. However, although Su Mo did not doubt the youth's ability, he was still shocked by the youth's method of formulating the elixir. This was the first time he had seen such a swift and mysterious technique. It was as if all the medicinal herbs had come to life in the hands of the youth. After about 15 minutes, Zhou Donghuang stopped. He had prepared 12 bottles of connate elixir with the herbs that Su Mo had brought. "Are you done?" Su Mo was dumbfounded. It had only been a quarter of an hour, right? Even an earth-rank apothecary like him would need at least an hour to concoct the Xiantian elixir in his best condition. But now, the young man before him had only spent a quarter of an hour. Moreover, in the process of concocting the Xiantian elixir, he had used several medicinal herbs with conflicting medicinal properties, as if balancing the medicinal properties of those medicinal herbs was a piece of cake for him. "I won't take advantage of you either." Zhou Donghuang picked up a bottle of connate elixir and poured it into his mouth. After swallowing it, he kept 9 bottles of connate elixir and left the other 2 bottles on the table. "You give me this amount of herbs, and I'll give you 2 bottles of connate elixir." Without waiting for Su Mo's reply, he returned to the wooden bed to practice. Waves of golden light emanated from his body, not only enveloping him, but even reaching out to envelop the golden-crowned eagle Big Gold, who was practicing outside the wooden hut. Of course, it only enveloped him and Big Gold, and not Su Mo inside the cave. The walls of the cave were inlaid with luminous pearls, so that even though the cave was in the middle of the mountain, it was still extremely bright. These luminous pearls ranged from the size of a fist to the size of an egg. They were extremely valuable, but here they were only used for illumination. And the light of the luminous pearls also merged with the power of the Buddhist essence, and naturally transformed into a golden Buddha light. "Master, then I'll take my leave." Although he was puzzled by the rising golden light from Zhou Donghuang's body, Su Mo did not dare to ask too many questions. He picked up the 2 bottles of connate elixir on the table and left. Then, he immediately returned to his residence, swallowed 1 bottle of connate elixir, and began to practice. After a while, Su Mo, who had been practicing with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and they were filled with shock and disbelief. 40%? After swallowing that bottle of connate elixir, when I practice, the retention rate of qi has increased by an additional 40%. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Although Su Mo had been mentally prepared for this, and had thought that the connate elixir that the youth had formulated would increase the retention rate of qi by at least 30%, it would at least increase it by 30%. But now, he realized that he had underestimated the youth. An additional 40% increase in the retention rate of qi. The connate elixir that I formulated can only increase the retention rate of qi by 16%. That is to say, if I have an endless supply of this connate elixir in the future, the speed of my practice in the future will be nearly 2 times faster than before. At this thought, Su Mo sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes shone brightly as his face twitched in excitement. He just said, "For every 12 bottles of connate elixir that I give him, he will give me 2 bottles." At this thought, Su Mo stopped practicing, walked out of his room, and gathered a few of the elders in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. He gave them orders to gather all the herbs that the youth needed. Although there were still many herbs in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, he felt that it was far from enough, and he wanted more. In the next few decades, if I continue to use this connate elixir to practice, I have a 90% chance of breaking through the connate shackles, entering the primal core stage, and becoming a primal core adept. Su Mo was extremely excited. To him, there was nothing more important than entering the primal core stage and becoming a primal core adept. Once he became a primal core adept, his lifespan would be extended to 300 years, and he would have nearly 200 more years to spend. That was also his life's goal. It seems that this master of mine has made the right choice. If Su Mo had previously been completely forced to acknowledge Zhou Donghuang as his master, then now, he felt that he had made the right choice. In the past, with the Khanate elixir that he had formulated, he had less than a 10% chance of entering the primal core stage and becoming a primal core adept. But now, with the Khanate elixir that his master had formulated, he had more than a 90% chance of entering the primal core stage and becoming a primal core adept. To Zhou Dongwang, giving Su Mo 2 bottles of Khanate elixir was more to motivate Su Mo to help him gather the herbs to formulate the Khanate elixir. Now, with the help of the Buddhist essence and the Khanate elixir, Zhou Dongwang's level of practice was even faster. With this level of practice, in at most a month's time, I will definitely enter the middle Khanate stage. Zhou Dongwang was very satisfied with his current rate of practice. Of course, if he concentrated on practicing, there would always be times when it got boring. At this time, if he continued to practice, the results would not be much better, and it might even drag down his future practice. As someone with 1,000 years of memories from his past life, Zhou Dongwang naturally knew how to solve this problem. Going out for a walk and completely relaxing before continuing to practice would be more effective than continuing to practice. I've been in the Valley of the Medicine Masters for some time. I haven't gone out yet. With this thought, Zhou Dongwang left the cave abode and walked out of the cave. As for the golden-crowned eagle, Big Gold, although it had discovered that the Buddhist light that could help it speed up its practice had disappeared, it was still immersed in practice, working hard to enter the Khanate stage and become a Khanate demon. After walking out of the cave, Zhou Dongwang followed the small path in front of the cave and walked onto one of the main roads in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. At the beginning, he did not see anyone along the way. And along the way, his position was in the valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located, and it was also relatively secluded. Gradually, as he walked out of the secluded corner of the valley, he saw some disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters shuttling back and forth at various intersections. Among these disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, there were young men, young women, middle-aged women, and women. Occasionally, a few elderly people could be seen. Of course, the elderly people might not necessarily be elders of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, but they might just be disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. In the Valley of the Medicine Masters, being older only meant that one was older, but it did not mean that one's status in the Valley of the Medicine Masters was achieved through one's martial ability. Hi. I don't think I've seen you before. Did you just enter the Valley of the Medicine Masters recently? Zhou Dongwang had been walking quietly by himself when suddenly, a voice came from not far away, and a youth who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old walked towards him. The youth was dressed in blue, and his features could not be considered handsome, but he could be considered delicate and pleasing to the eye. He greeted Zhou Dongwang in a friendly manner. "I'm Huang Mingfeng, what about you?" Zhou Dongwang only glanced at the young man in blue, who was acting friendly, before looking away. He had no intention of responding to him, and continued walking along the main road. "Hey! I say, why are you so rude? Didn't you hear me talking to you?" Huang Mingfeng said unhappily as he caught up with Zhou Dongwang and walked side by side with him. "Do you know where Chen Dandan lives?" Zhou Dongwang glanced at Huang Mingfeng as he asked. "Chen Dandan?" Huang Mingfeng was taken aback at first, but then he shook his head. "You rascal, although you're not bad-looking, if you want to pursue Sister Chen Dandan because of that, I'm afraid that's not very realistic." "Who said I wanted to pursue her?" Zhou Dongwang was taken aback for a moment, and then he laughed disdainfully. That Chen Dandan was worthy of him, Zhou Dongwang pursuing? What a joke! Chapter 144. If you're not wooing her, why are you asking where she lives? Hearing Zhou Dongwang's words, Huang Mingfeng's face was full of disbelief, and his eyes were filled with suspicion. "I'm asking where she lives because..." I'm going to settle old scores with her. Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke calmly. Settle old scores with Qin Dandan? After looking at Zhou Donghuang seriously and confirming that he did not seem to be joking, Huang Mingfeng shook his head and said, Brother, although I don't like that Qin Dandan either, but that Qin Dandan is not someone ordinary disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters like us can afford to offend. Her father is the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Chen Tianhe. The second elder is a mid-Khanate stage adept, and his ability is so strong that he can even be ranked in the top 5 of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Although I don't know what grudge you have with Qin Dandan, I advise you to let go of it. Huang Mingfeng's words were earnest and well-meaning. The second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Chen Tianhe? The corner of Zhou Donghuang's mouth had unknowingly turned up in an arc, and there was a hint of disdain in it. You don't have to care about anything else, just tell me, do you know where she lives? She usually stays at the second elder's place. Seeing that the youth not only did not heed his warning but continued to inquire about Qin Dandan's residence after hearing his warning, Huang Mingfeng could not help but regard the youth in a higher light. This handsome youth dressed in a snow-white robe, with an extraordinary aura, could it be that he had some powerful background and was not afraid of the second elder, Qin Tianhe, who was backing Qin Dandan? Because under such circumstances, anyone who could still be so confident was either truly confident or deliberately mystifying. And the person before him did not seem to be the latter. But when I came over from the training grounds just now, I happened to see Qin Dandan sparring with someone there. I think she should still be there now and has not returned. Youths like to watch a show, and seeing that Zhou Donghuang was not the least bit afraid after knowing Qin Dandan's background, Huang Mingfeng naturally thought that Zhou Donghuang had an even more powerful background. Training grounds? Where to? Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed as he asked. Over there. Huang Mingfeng turned his head to look at one of the forks in the road and pointed into the distance. Go this way. After walking for a while, you'll see another road on the right. Forget it, I have nothing to do now. I'll take you there. With that, Huang Mingfeng beckoned to Zhou Donghuang and led the way. Zhou Donghuang followed. Brother, you haven't told me your name yet. Huang Mingfeng turned to look at Zhou Donghuang and asked. Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang said lightly. Brother Donghuang, how did you become enemies with Qin Dandan? Huang Mingfeng asked again. As far as I know, she has just arrived at the Valley of the Medicine Masters not long ago, and is the daughter of the second elder who was stranded outside. It is said that she grew up in a small place in the country of Yunyang. That small place is so small that we can't even imagine it. In that small place, even a mere level 2 adept of qi gathering can rule over a small area. Once Huang Mingfeng opened his mouth, it was as if he could not stop talking. It is said that it was a small preeminent family in an inferior county city that helped second elder find her. Then, that small preeminent family's young master even became second elder's disciple. Hong Yunfei? Zhou Donghuang asked. Yes, it is Hong Yunfei. Huang Mingfeng nodded, his face full of surprise. Brother, so you know that Hong Yunfei. But it is a pity that Hong Yunfei originally thought that by following Qin Dandan, he would be able to climb the social ladder of the second elder, but who would have thought that after the second elder and Qin Dandan acknowledged each other as father and daughter, Qin Dandan chased him out of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. That Qin Dandan is really ungrateful, even if she did not want to be close to Hong Yunfei. He still helped her find her biological father. Surely she would not burn the bridge after crossing it? As he spoke, Huang Mingfeng shook his head. That Qin Dandan is not bad-looking, but her character is really not good. Snakes and scorpions, the ancients did not lie. Hearing Huang Mingfeng say that Hong Yunfei had been chased out of the Valley of the Medicine Masters by Qin Dandan, Zhou Donghuang was not surprised. With Qin Dandan's character, after finding out that her father was the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, it was naturally impossible for her to continue being with Hong Yunfei. But what he did not expect was, Chen Dandan had actually chased Hong Yunfei out of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. "Brother, you still haven't told me, how did you become enemies with that Chen Dandan?" Huang Mingfeng asked again. "It can't be considered a feud, I can only say that she owes my mother quite a bit of debt." Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed, and his tone became cold in an instant. "I am going to collect my debt." It was time for Chen Dandan to collect the debt that she owed his mother, Lin Lan. "Your mother?" Huang Mingfeng was taken aback and asked again, "Brother, who exactly are you? How did that Chen Dandan owe your mother a debt? Did she owe it before she returned to the Valley of the Medicine Masters?" Huang Mingfeng had too many questions in his heart now. Is the training grounds just ahead? At the same time, Zhou Donghuang happened to be following Huang Mingfeng along another main road in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. At this time, his field of vision also widened, and he could see the vast field in the middle of the valley where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located. In that vast field, a sparse crowd was gathered everywhere, and in the midst of the crowd, there were two figures flashing about, obviously sparring. Of course, there were also some people gathered in a corner of that vast field, either sitting or standing, talking and laughing, obviously chatting about everything under the sun. Not bad. Huang Mingfeng nodded in response, and at the same time, he further realized that this unfamiliar youth must have indeed just arrived in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, otherwise it would be impossible for him not to know about the training grounds of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Now, there is still some time before the Valley of the Medicine Masters recruits disciples from the 16 countries of the East Valley, and I am from the previous batch of new disciples who passed the assessment of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. And if he has just arrived in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, it means that he has been specially recruited by the higher-ups of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Huang Mingfeng's heart skipped a beat. For example, that Chen Dandan, and the previous Hong Yunfei, can be considered to have been specially recruited by second elder Chen Tianhe. In the Valley of the Medicine Masters, as long as the higher-ups of the middle Khanate stage and above have the privilege of recruiting people from outside the Valley of the Medicine Masters, of course, after any of the higher-ups of the Valley of the Medicine Masters specially recruited people, they also have to be responsible for the people they have recruited. For example, that Hong Yunfei, after being specially recruited by second elder, became second elder's disciple. Huang Mingfeng thought for a while, and when he came back to his senses, he realized. The youth dressed in clothes whiter than snow had already walked a long distance, and was even not far from the training grounds in the distance. Immediately, he hurriedly chased after him, shouting as he ran, "Brother Donghuang, wait for me!" The training grounds in the middle of the valley, where the Valley of the Medicine Masters was located, occupied a vast area, and the terrain was relatively high. Surrounding it were 4 long stone steps that led to the 4 winding roads in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, leading directly to the mountain gate. Chen Dandan. Stepping onto the stone steps to the training grounds, Zhou Donghuang's calm gaze swept across the surroundings, and after a moment, his gaze fell on a group of disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters gathered together. Through the gaps in the crowd, with his current eyesight, he directly locked onto the young girl sparring with a youth in the crowd. Whoosh! 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 Dressed in a long light green dress, the young girl with delicate and pretty features, with a steady pace, approached a youth who looked slightly younger than her. At first, they were evenly matched, but gradually she gained the upper hand. Based on the current situation, it was only a matter of time before the young girl won. "Junior Sister Dandan, you're really amazing. She's indeed the daughter of second elder, she's already so powerful not long after returning to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Like father, like daughter." The crowd of disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, seeing that the young girl had gained the upper hand, began to speak one after another, not stingy with their words of praise. Although Chen Dandan grew up in a small place, her martial arts talent is extraordinary. Not long after returning to the Valley of the Medicine Masters, she had a series of breakthroughs in her practice, and now she has attained level 4 of Qi gathering. Huang Mingfeng, who had caught up with Zhou Donghuang, saw that Zhou Donghuang's gaze had fallen on Chen Dandan in the crowd, and spoke at the right time. Of course, this is also because Second Elder has invested many rare herbs in her body. Bang! As Huang Mingfeng finished speaking, in the crowd, Chen Dandan's palm landed very forcefully on the youth's chest, knocking him back and causing his body to tremble as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Senior Sister Dandan, I concede defeat. It was just a spar, yet he was injured to such an extent. Although there was anger in the depths of the young man's eyes, he did not dare to show it on the surface because he was afraid of the Second Elder behind the young lady in front of him. He humbly cupped his hands and bowed his head. And now, Chen Dandan was like a proud peacock, glancing at the youth indifferently before looking away and walking away from the crowd. Junior Sister Dandan, wait for me. Two voices spoke at the same time, and two young men walked out from the crowd to keep up with Chen Dandan, like two inseparable followers. However, they very quickly realized that the young girl who had been striding out of the arena had suddenly stopped in her tracks. For a moment, they subconsciously looked forward. Not far in front of them stood two youths. They had an impression of one of the youths, who was also a disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, named Huang Mingfeng. But this was the first time they had seen the other handsome youth dressed in clothes whiter than snow. Zhou Donghuang? The reason why Chen Dandan suddenly stopped in her tracks was because she saw someone she would never have dreamt of appearing here, the youth who had grown up with her, Zhou Donghuang. Why are you here? Chen Dandan's gaze turned cold as she questioned in a cold voice. End of this chapter. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.